Now it's a smile. No purpose of censoring the number when they already censored the name in the pic. Exactly. Okay, 11024. They're going way back into 2024. So again, them proposing the exclusivity deal to Nanolist was their idea first. They are confessing that by... You said this was in chronological order. What the fuck is wrong with you? Artist One messaged Red the next morning about our video editor and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the field. In the brief conversation Red and I had about it, we agreed that if we were going to pay them consistently for work, like my video editor, we'd want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them. Okay, well, they proposed that first, so... I was wondering, the editor you have on payroll, do you have some sort of non-compete/exclusivity agreement with them? For example, I'm assuming it blank, he can only edit for you and Bao or something. It is blank, and with him, it's just kind of a spoken agreement thing. We offered to be exclusive, but he didn't take us up on it. He's only asking so he can compare how you're already handling this semi-permanent role. He's not asking for, you know, competitiveness he's asking about competitive pricing. Okay? You're both dumbasses. Again, a verbal spoken agreement is not a binding agreement. We offered him to be exclusive, but he didn't take us up on it. Okay. Well, that's not an agreement at all then. But yeah, he's just us and Bao. That's by his personal choice. That's not an agreement that you have. Okay, I was asking because I had some time to think about our convo yesterday, reflecting on competitiveness in the field and staying on top, brought on by the blank a bit. I thought that in the event we do work something out, I'd be willing to offer some sort of VTuber non-compete/exclusivity policy on the type of work that I do. Again, this is standard with an exclusivity agreement. So for example, things that are pretty unique to Cinder, such as the model VFX work or the blank, I'd only do exclusively for Cinder. That's something Cinder and I were thinking about too. We didn't really get to talk about it much yet though. Oh my God. They live together. At the time of these messages, they are all up in each other's skin, sharing a fucking bed. The next time Red and I talked about this, he said he would ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. She keeps throwing him under the bus. Can you go more than one paragraph without throwing your boy toy to the fucking wolves? Nano had suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to Artist One gave him the idea to ask her about it again. This is over a year later, by the way. So you're asking me to connect these two dots? Why does this say 11024 when it's 11025? You didn't even proofread your fucking document. These people are pathetic. Okay. Yeah, the timestamps on the fucking text tell us when this is. You mislabeled this. Idiot. 5 months for you to produce a document that is not even proofread. Great. Waste of our fucking time. In my apology, I said we had come to the conclusion, and after all that, Red and I have talked, and we will still be working together. Yep. After him grossly mismanaging her business, if what she's saying is to be believed that she didn't know at all. Why are you trusting this motherfucker? I don't know if I should feel bad. Don't feel bad for either of them. They're both grown adults who should have been communicating, and if they really weren't, which I highly doubt because they were sharing a bed, they lived together. She said, oh, I couldn't check his things because we weren't living together. At the time that the falling out occurred, you weren't living together. When everything else was happening beforehand, you were living together. You admitted that to us. The next time, you still had his contact. You could have talked to him. You could have. The way she throws him under the bus constantly, they're both terrible people. All this yapping just for you to stay with him. I'm calling your bluff, girl. None of this means anything. Your shitty man is more important than any of the friendships he ruined. Supposedly ruined. Just another one for the meat grinder. In my apology, I said we had come to the conclusion that it'd be best in my best interest to talk with Nano about us making more time for my projects. Oh my God, she was already inundated by you constantly. This was wrong of us to push on to her. To cut out other work. Take on less work. Again, that's not true. You said you wanted to replace her work with your own. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she had already planned, but you actually did. You already asked that in 2023 and 2024. You said that you would pay for her to cancel other people's work. So you're fucking lying again, Cinder. Again, you're being a liar. Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and to not. So again, how can you claim that you didn't know that all those people were in the exclusivity deal when you said any more brand new model clients? Any more. Any more. That includes the people that would have been getting models currently. And not to make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Again, you are going after this woman who already told you that she doesn't fucking like you. Where's my kitty? Where's my kitty? You by the window? You by the window? Not by the window. You're still barking about this woman 2 years later, by the way. Remember when the screenshots start for this section? January 23rd, 2023. 2 years later, you are still badgering Nano about not working with the woman that you hate because she took the brand you wanted. You are such a jealous and envious person. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects for her current model clients wouldn't be touched. That's not true, and you know it. My God, she really fucking hates Silvervale. And Silver did literally nothing to her. Literally nothing. Nothing. Except not answer your DMs, which is effectively what? Doing nothing to you. She did nothing to you, and you think that she is the worst person on earth. Oh my God. So people are waking up and seeing that this poor girl, Mine Momo, she was dragged into the Cinder dock. She made a comment not about Nano or Cinder. I fucking hate this, because this should be the original crest, and he modified it without my knowledge. Clearly, this is something completely separate, and Cinder brought that up to lambast Nano. To lambast Nano. To put her on blast. Oh my God. This poor girl. This poor girl. My cat's hacking up a hairball. Oh, poor Aru. Poor Aru. I'm gonna go check on my cat real quick. She's hacking up a big one. She's okay. I cleaned up her mess. It was not as big as I thought it was. It was on carpet, but it was a floor carpet. So, so based on everything that I'm seeing right now, she didn't talk to any of these people. She didn't apologize privately, and she's not even apologizing to them in this text. She's apologizing to the audience for not being the person they thought she was. But also, here's how I didn't do anything wrong, and it's all your fault, and I've never done anything wrong in my whole life. Okay. You're not making a great case for yourself in all of this, okay? Okay, let's keep going. She never cared about any of her friends. Yeah, she didn't. Take on less work. I feel like we know where this is going. This is more second of 4 total times of you. So again, I had never specifically asked anyone to not work with anyone else. Yes, you did. You did. I had a 4 total. You asked more than this. Just because you didn't say it in explicit language doesn't mean you didn't do it. Okay? Again, I don't know how many times I have to fucking repeat that. Hey, Jaco. Welcome in. Good to see you again. How many times do I have to tell you? Just because you don't say something in explicit terms doesn't mean you're not insinuating, implying, or expecting it. Nano did not come with the ideas on her own. You said shit about these people that made her not want to work for them. And there's the whole bullshit non-exclusivity deal, not being willing to actually pay for her. I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did. Oh my god, you were a vindictive piece of shit. This is Cinder's Google Doc. It's been nothing but lies so far, and we're only 218 pages in. This is really pathetic, actually. I had no idea Nano even had Bao on her to-do list again. You are lying. You're lying. How did you not know? Bao talked about her model with her friends. Talked about it to you too. Of course you knew. Of course you knew. Have you been reading all stream? Yes. 12 hours and 9 minutes. I'm gonna go insane. Okay. I knew about what happened with Cotton and a friend, and I distanced myself from her because of it. I absolutely do not agree that it was a good reason for Red to involve her. What happened had nothing to do with me, and it wasn't our place to do anything like this because of it. Okay, well, clearly your boyfriend and you are both vindictive bitches. So what do we do now? You've already given me ample evidence that you are both incredibly vindictive people. First instance, first big example that I want to put out there, Silvervale. Silvervale. The start of this section begins with him talking mad shit about Silver back in January of 2023. And here we are in January of 2025, shit talking Silver and Cinder. Well, shit talking Silver and Bao. Okay, you should not be bringing your personal grievance with someone to a work chat. What is effectively a work chat. My comment about Silvervale, it's not a comment. You said horrible things about her multiple times. I want to say this. Jayco, so isn't it 1,000 plus? No, it's like 865 pages. It's not actually 1,000. She's just being a clickbait weirdo. She ran out of money and didn't want to get a real job. That's what this is. That's what this is. She wants to be allowed to come back and have her way again. Unfortunately, she's not making herself look very good with any of this. It's a mix of screenshots, so only about 800, but still a lot of shit for people to read. And it's meant to exhaust you. It is this long so you don't pay attention to all the times she contradicts herself, which she does a lot. I don't care about any of this. You've already made it abundantly clear how you feel about these people to Nano. The image of Nano's chat from the document about Con edited out. Okay, I don't care. You've already admitted to me that you're a scummy person. Your constant, at least 4-year-long obsession with Silvervale, by the way. They'd had it out for her since she debuted under V Shoujo. And they expressed that to Nano in 2023 and continued hammering on that fucking point so often that she told them to shut the fuck up about it. Anyone who completely reads it, oh, pray for us, dude. This is a bunch of fucking bullshit. I was only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. He doesn't owe you an explanation. He's an employee, not your BFF. Again, this is all him shit-talking Sackramore. I was mad at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping our music video editor. How the fuck do you think they feel about you gatekeeping an artist? Intentionally getting their projects canceled so that she would have more time for you and your weird girlfriend. Are they not allowed to be upset about that? Are they not allowed to speculate? But you are, right? You're allowed to speculate wildly about intentions, but nobody else is. Nobody else is about to speculate about intentions, but you are. Red, you're allowed. You and Cinder are allowed. You're allowed to make shit up and expect people to take it as fact, with nothing other than you rephrasing things so that it doesn't sound as bad as it actually was when you said it. There are more details about this in Bao's section of the document. It sounded so harsh because I was angry about it, and I was venting to someone I trusted about something I genuinely believed happened. No, you weren't. You were making the case about canceling Bao's model to a business partner. She is not your friend, Red. Would have been a lot better if she took a month off and apologized to everyone and said she fucked herself. At least way more people can relate and accept the apology. But this is nothing. There is no apology here. This is all redirection. This is all deflecting blame. This is all, I did all these awful things, but look, I'm going to phrase it in a way that makes it sound like I didn't do that, even though you just read the text that says that I did do those things. Again, Red, I don't fucking believe you. I don't believe Mike making up just because. Yes, you are. You are lying about her. You are lying and speculating wildly. Theory about Bao other than Cinder. Okay. when you make unsubstantiated claims, you are, at the very least, speculating wildly. And you did so maliciously. You were maligning Bao's character to encourage Nano to drop her. Wait, all of this is from Red, or is it from Red and Cinder? Well, Cinder's not willing to actually release any of her DMs, so mostly it's from Red. Because, again, she's throwing him under the bus for everything. Because he did everything for her. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Most of their conversations happened in person because they were sharing a bed through this whole time. They lived in his parents' basement. Or in his parents' house, and she streamed from his basement. She's a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. Again, this is a shitty thing. This is a shitty thing. Oh, we can do a deal. I'll cancel with model with Bao for like forever. Oh my fucking god. You were the one who offered exclusivity. And then suggested I pay for her own model rigging in return below. You, Nano, made me an offer. No, you already offered her exclusivity. You already said that. Not even 5 days ago. Let's go back up, shall we? Shall we? Here you are, making your case on the same day, actually. On the same fucking day, you're asking her to not take on any more clients. And you're talking mad shit about Bao and Silver. The only reason she says canceling Bao, she talks about canceling Bao's thing, was to appease you and your main squeeze. Because you're the ones paying her fucking bills. She feels indebted to them because they helped pay for her house. Because they were putting her through so much work. I was okay with it for ultimately 0 out of nothing. No, she was doing it for loyalty points, okay? Okay, you just offered her exclusivity. Wasn't the client stuff talked about in that first Google Doc? Exactly. Exactly. Oh my god. Like forever, I'll have new model rigging with someone again. 2 to 3K, she will start later this month, I guess. Is it through PayPal? Yep. About new babies, that would be another deal. What about we can pay blank for you and you don't have to discount it for the next payment? So you're offering. You don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silver at all again, models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or Cotton before. Yeah, because you definitely had a direct hand in ensuring that Bao never got anything. Again, you're asking me to not believe your own fucking words, Red. And unfortunately, we don't live in an insane society where you can just wave your little Jedi fingers and get me to believe what you say. So, again, this is all fucking irrelevant. You're just showing us more screenshots of you being a piece of shit. We could do it like when Silver asks for art, you tell her no, and then us buy another art piece. To be fair, but can I ask for Demon Cinder figure? Whatever. Some kind of payment, which would be another deal. Oh my god, you did refuse to pay her. You've not refusing to levy a single offer is refusing to pay her. Saying that you will pay for her for other art, paying her to turn down somebody else so she does something else. That's not an exclusivity deal. That's just blocking somebody else from getting work. An exclusivity deal, like you discussed with Artist One, who you claim inspired this proposition, is a salaried position. So you have not come with a single number, a single offer. So yeah, Red, you're the one at fault here. You brought this offer up and then didn't come with even the vaguest notion of what you could be offering. We could do it like when Silver asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like you still get a job from it. It do be fair, but that's not fair. That isn't fair. They're asking for exclusivity and they're refusing to actually do it fully. They're refusing to give you a salaried position. They're saying, we'll just pay you to do more work for us. That's asking her to trade overwork for overwork. She's already stressed out, and you're asking her to do more for you. I will ask about it right now if you want one. Yay, deal. Let me see what Blank says. I don't think they're shipping internationally to customers for this one, but I'm going to tell you to get one to you. Oh, it's just about a fucking figurine. Fuck is this chat? You're getting a demon figure, lol. Then we have a deal. Okay, just make sure. No work at all with Bao, Cotton, or Silver. So again, he's the one who asked for all of this. Continuing giving you model work in various art comms. We play for blank rigging for you and you don't need to pay us back. You're sent a free demon figure. Again, this seems like a super generous offer, but they aren't paying her a salary. That's refusal to pay. You should have offered a salary, not the rest of this bullshit. Yes, I know, all sleepy references in the other chat for you ASAP. But if you want to start on the AFK level art in the meantime, you can. I don't know if I'd ever sent the template, but I don't know if I have the template. Wait a minute. Oh my god. He's such a bad project manager. He never has anything when she actually fucking needs it. Nano and I went back and forth negotiating a deal and we both agreed to it. This is not a negotiation. There is no mention of a salary. No contract involved. For someone who's supposedly very business-minded, this is not a very smart business move. But if I knew all along I could just manipulate Nano to do whatever I wanted, you did do that though. You did do that multiple times. Why didn't I just do that instead of making her any kind of deal in the first place? You didn't offer her any money. This is not a deal. This is not a deal. This is saying you don't get to work with these people, and we're going to keep asking you for work, and we'll pay you a little bit more, just a tiny bit. Oh, and you get a little Barbie doll. That's not an exclusivity deal. That's not a negotiation. Where's the back and forth in this supposed conversation? There is no back and forth. All I see is an adult man taking candy from a baby. Not to say that Nano is a baby, but that she is being duped into accepting a bad deal because someone happens to also be her friend. No, she didn't make the offer to cancel Bao's model out of nowhere. You lambasted Bao. You talked horribly about her. And that encouraged her to cancel Bao's stuff. Nano deserves better friends than these people. These two specifically are pretty fucking terrible. She made the offer to cancel Bao's model. She didn't make the offer. You assassinated Bao's character to make her willing to do that. But the end of this conversation and the final terms of our deal were never shown in Nano's document. First off, no terms are even here. This is a 4 bullet point bullshit nonsense that has no contractual obligation. Also, I didn't refuse to pay for exclusivity like it was falsely claimed. Yes, you did. You didn't come with any kind of number. That's refusal to pay. I was absolutely open to exclusivity payments, just like I was to Artist 1, our video editor, shown in Bao's section, and Artist 2 in Silverveil's section. Nano suggested for model exclusivity, but like she said, that would be another deal. I moved on from that to focus on the 3 people I brought up, and both sides agreed to this deal without revisiting the idea of payments again. It was on you, the original proposer of the idea, to set up a fucking payment structure. You brought the idea forward, you proposed the initial budget. You are the one who is paying. You are manipulating, and you are lying to her. What a pathetic excuse of a person. I did and always have cared about our friends. No, you don't. I was under the impression the Bao did against me, Cinder, Tricky, Vienna, Cotton, hurting them with their friends who care about. Okay. This is something we don't need to know about. This is personal shit that was not brought up by any of the other people involved, and you're bringing it up to assassinate Bao's character. Again, you're being a piece of shit. We're so close to the end of this stupid fucking section. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silverveil at all anymore, and we'd continue working on Nano on lots of projects like we've always done. We'd fully pay for Nano's new model's rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Again, this is not an exclusivity deal. This is not an exclusivity deal. That's not enough monetary compensation for what you're about to ask of her. Hi, Soviet Reen. Welcome in. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were included. Okay, you're absolutely fucking lying to me. You were sharing a bed at the time that this interaction occurred. So no, I don't fucking believe you, Cinder. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients we talked about before, but I was okay with leaving as I was told it was. Leaving it as I was told it was. Oh my god. So you were okay with just not negotiating any kind of compensation going forward. She loses 3 of her repeat clients, high-paying repeat clients, and you offer her a one-time payment for her model rigging and a demon figure. That's not acceptable, Cinder. That's not acceptable. Everybody said this at the time that this happened. You didn't come with any fucking numbers, so it's not a proposal. It's a, hey, don't work with this people, and I'm going to talk real bad about one of them in particular, because I feel like they personally wronged me. That is not okay. This is not professionalism. You're not being a good person. This doesn't make you look any better. Like I said in my apology, regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no direct negotiations of their eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge about, yes, you did, you knew, because you were talking mad shit about these girls behind their back. You knew. There was no way you didn't know. You were sharing a fucking bed, Cinder. And for you to take this man back after all the shit that he's done that you supposedly didn't know about? Spineless. Grow a fucking pair of ovaries and dump this piece of shit. If he really did everything you said he did, you wouldn't still be with him. Pathetic. She is not a girl's girl. She does not care about her friends at all. There's nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what happened between them. I can't prove I didn't know something. Exactly. So you're going to point fight to try and prove all the other little discrepancies. Which again, doesn't make you look better. It doesn't make you look better. Red, I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao, so you broke her trust. And she'd get pissed. Okay, again, breaking her trust. Why are you still with this man? She cheated on him. He lies to her all the time. These two are 2 disgustingly toxic people who are called very well together, I'm thinking. This is the most boring loser love story I've ever been told. This is just 800 pages about how she loves her man more than she actually cares about anybody else, including herself. Let's say I believe you and you didn't know. You're still pathetic for crawling back to the man who ruined your fucking career. And he's pathetic for crawling back to you after you cheated on him. I don't care about this. You went behind her back, supposedly, but I'm pretty sure she's still just making you take the fall. 1:15:25, shortly after the deal was made with Nano. And he told me about it. Red assigned messaged Artist 1 about thoughts on their agreement. Okay, thoughts on the thing. This is so professional of you. We weren't against the idea of paying you month to month to have you as a permanent team member. However, we're concerned we won't get the full use of your services, since things like project management, graphic design, IT may or may not be applicable. And I put project management here as of right now because it wouldn't be like full project management, more so help with, oh my god, you are a terrible project manager. You need outside help for that. You cannot do this on your own. Thanks for the follow, Tofu TV. Oh, Tofu VT. Welcome in. Hope everything's going well for you today. I hope you're enjoying everything. Oh my god. Mm. Okay, I need to process words again before I speak. Oh god, okay. Let's keep going. We weren't against the idea of paying you month to month to have you as a permanent team member. However, we're concerned we won't get the full use of your services. Okay, he should be full project manager though. It also depends on what your monthly payment would quote unquote cover. For instance, with Blank, we pay him a set number that includes X videos per month, plus extra to cover just general channel management. So would your pay include unlimited services or only for an X number of animations, etc.? It's called an exclusivity deal. He's a salaried employee. That means as much work as he can handle in a 40-hour work week. He already said this to you when he proposed the idea. You do not know the first thing about making exclusivity deals. Neither do I, but my god, can I tell when someone is really fucking dumb. The pay you're asking for also isn't unreasonable given your skill set, but like I said before, I don't know how much will be applicable to us month to month. So you're asking him to whittle down his offer while still being exclusive to you. That's weird. Cinder and I both agree that some kind of exclusivity / non-compete. You keep meowing at me, baby. Yeah. You busy girl right now? I know, you're so busy, girl. You're so busy, girl. I know you want to play, but Mama's reading her internet weirdos. Reading about her internet weirdos. Okay. Let's continue. So we probably won't go as high as your ask. Okay. So yeah, you're already saying that you're not going to pay somebody what they're worth. Fuck this guy. You're cheaping out on something. We probably want to extend that to VTuber work in general. Okay. He already said everything that he'd be willing to do, and it included all of this. She's a very talkative girl, and I love her for it. I love you, Athena. Yeah, I love you. You're such a good girl. My baby. My baby. I'll play with her after I finish this section. I might have to call it at the end of this. This is taxing. But again, this is the fitness gram pacer test, the multi-stage aerobic capacity test. Oh, and I have to do it. I have to. For my own pride. We're not going to pay you as high as you ask. Oh my god. He's already given... okay, so what would be covered? No set number of things, whatever needs working on or need help with. Each project is so different in terms of scope or type that it doesn't really make much sense to have those set to an arbitrary number, in my opinion. Like, some projects can span more than a month, like Blank, that was over 400 hours. But some projects are done in like 2 to 3 days, like the mask teaser thing. That's why I originally mentioned like a set number of hours instead of a certain number of pieces of content. So I guess unlimited services, like you put it. Regarding exclusivity, here are my thoughts. I have no problem granting exclusivity for the following VTuber work to be done for a VTuber. Model VFX, model rigging, illustrated model rigging, merch photos, and IRL media. Which is, again, all the stuff that they've talked about already. Yeah, we're at 229 of 260, and they're still trying to pretend that they didn't do anything wrong. When I said there's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable. Oh my God. I was thinking of giving them the same names I sent to Nano, that had told me recently that they started working again with Bao and that they've done work with Silver in the past. Cinder and I didn't talk about any names to give to Artist One because naming people is weird and shady. And you're a freak for having done that in the first place, just so you know. For all kinds of illustrated animations or like AE stuff, I would prefer leaving that open for 2 reasons. Creative/Cinder fatigue and exposure/growth. What do I mean by that? In order to not get fatigued creatively of always doing the same things/theme all the time, I'd like the ability to take on other projects on the side as a form of palette cleanser, if you will. I want to keep the same consistency and quality of services provided and want to avoid having a dip in those because I'm doing Fire all the time, for example. The VFX specifically. I'm ready for Eep when stream ends. I'm glad I could watch another UA stream. Thank you guys for this specific section is really just not good. It's not good. For example, working on one of Bao's projects, we had a very specific way water was drawn that I had to replicate. Oh my God. I do understand your points about exclusivity. Could you send me the past/current VTubers you've worked with and the kind of work you've done for them? Or any related VTuber work? Silverveil, Bao, and then a bunch of redacted shit. I don't know if you consider Blank a VTuber, but I've done all kinds of stuff for her, including Blank. I'd say the most likely that would apply or be relevant is Silver and Bao. TBH. I also don't want to overwork myself, Lamau. This person is a lot more firm than Nano is. Do you have a list of folks you compete directly with, LOL? I meant from the list you sent, Bao and Silver for sure. The rest, no. All right, let me know where we can go from here. See how professionally this guy is handling this? This is a clean discussion. This guy is not letting Red get his personal feelings mixed up in this. And Red threw all of those personal feelings onto Nano to get her to agree. There is such a difference between the way he approached this man and Nano. Because Silver didn't like Cinder. Again, you have no evidence of that. I had something against Bao now. I considered Bao and Silverveil competition because you're psychotic. Artist One didn't know either of our thoughts on Silverveil or Bao. Well, you said that you compete with them, so that's enough. This is professional manipulation. No, it's not professional. It's actually really, really bad. It's incredibly transparent. Nano gave them the benefit of the doubt because they framed themselves as her friends. And they used that position to steal work from her and keep her from flourishing in her career for as long as they could. Because they wanted Cinder to be special. Cinder wasn't going to be special anymore. This was the third of 4 total times with 3 different artists. I had ever specifically. You've definitely talk shit about people. You definitely talk shit about people. All of today is just going to be a bunch of people being like, well, that's not fucking true, and here's all of my evidence. So congratulations. People that you thought you were just mindly chatting shit to are now going to come forward and be like, this was a professional relationship. I don't know why the fuck you said this to me. The next day, Artist One sent Red a document that laid out everything in their agreement. This is how you should have handled it with Nano. You gave Nano a spit in the face and a handshake, and this guy gets a full negotiation. You don't give a fuck about Nano. Alrighty, I have started to write a document that kind of covers everything we've been discussing, and additional stuff I just thought about regarding the thing. He does not like this guy. that should help navigate this whole thing and hopefully help with the discussions and what ends up being agreed upon. I don't think there was anything officially confirmed / agreed. So everything there is kind of open to change at the moment. Please take a look and let me know what you think. God. Also, did you get news regarding the samples? No news on the samples yet, but they said they might not have things for you, but for future drops, they'll be able to send things your way. Rip. He's keeping it very brief and professional. Nano, please do this in the future. Don't be buddy-buddy with your clients. It's not good for your health. Thank you for following, Yukiko. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Okay. OMG, this is so organized, LOL. The supposedly business-minded person says. I'll show this to Cinder after her stream. You could send the link in the project server chat too. In the SFW Anim channel? Yeah, sure. Should we also move discussion there as well? Yeah, we can move it there. Should have been there in the first place. Artist 1 sent a written agreement to go over. As far as I remember, there was a carve-out for both Silver and Bao, and I didn't push for this to be changed, regardless of what I said the night before. They were their clients already. Oh my God. You said you didn't want them to work with them. You don't get to say that they didn't do it based on your words that you said the night before. I feel sheer stupidity every time this man speaks. Yes, Zach, very much so. This man is not, he should be waxing surfboards in fucking, I don't know, Long Beach, California. Not yapping and trying to mismanage his girlfriend on the internet. Shitty boyfriendager. There's a carve-out for both Silver and Bao, and I didn't push for this to be changed, regardless of what I said the night before. You don't get to say that after the fact. You already lambasted. You already asked for him to exclude both of them. They were their clients already and left things open to work with them. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so what he's saying is Silver and Bao still get work. Good. Because you should not be asking people to avoid specific people just because you don't like them. I had them post it in our project server, discussed it there, and where Cinder could see it for herself. You live in the same fucking building. This agreement with Artist 1 never actually happened due to other reasons that delayed us finalizing things. Thank God they escaped your weird clutches. They got off that sinking ship, huh? 210 to 2025. Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. Again, there was no actual exclusivity deal. You didn't have any actual conversation. You didn't negotiate. You didn't pay for anything. So shut the fuck up. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document, only my DMs with her. Nano faced no repercussions from either of us for going back on her word, because she wasn't legally bound to it. You offered her a spit in the face and a handshake, and she's allowed to go back on that. And Silvervale didn't lose out on any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red. Yeah, at Nano's insistence. Red was the one who tried to steal the work away. Red, hi Nano. I'm waiting to hear from GS about the label before having you do more to it. What's up? I'm fine, working on the model. Meanwhile, so it's about the exclusivity thing. Nano is a very wishy-washy person. She's allowed to change her mind, but she should be trusting somebody else to do a lot of the talking for her. I don't think I can do this to Silver, because she's still a friend to me and it hurts on me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Okay, she's talking about their projects, not about them as people. So I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. Also, let me know if you had any plans made so far changing after this. We'll still send you the figure and you can just discount blank cost from the model. We'll think about what the plans are after our current 2 projects. Would you agree not to do the models at least, or is that what you're talking about? Again, you again asking them not to do the fucking models. So that's not 4 times. That's more, significantly more than 4. Maybe he can only count to 4. That would make sense considering he didn't offer any numbers on actual payment for Nano. Just like small temporary bribes. Small, well, not bribes, but small temporary payments. Again, you're asking for an exclusivity deal. You should be willing to come to the table with a salary at the very fucking least. But as we just saw with his conversation with Artist 1, he is not willing to actually pay people what they're worth. He only cares about what use he can get out of them. Also, let me know if any plans are made so far as okay, I appreciate the figure. Yeah, I'll think about it. She didn't talk about the models, just in case. Okay, thanks, Nano. Nano, can I ask what you're working on for silver? If it's blank, it's a blank. Gotcha. Nano, I don't really care about Bauer Cotton. She means they're fucking projects, you dickweed. Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Cinder asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work to Nano. No work with Nano. Yes, she did. You blocked her first model. You blocked her first model. Yes, she did. The model that she started. Just like in November of 2023, Silver was the tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Because you constantly badmouthed these people. And she was thinking that she was doing something for a friend. But then she realized after the fact, hey, Silver's a friend to me too. She doesn't deserve this. This is such asshole behavior. Red, you're an asshole. Still no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver a week later. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. I never got confirmation from Nano that she canceled Bao's model a second time before or after she walked back our agreement. And I never asked. Good, it was not your fucking place to do so. I'd mostly moved on from my volatile feeling towards Bao. Clearly not. And I no longer considered her competition, even if I didn't have a favorable opinion of her. She was still Cinder's friend. No, I don't think you did let it go. Everything that I've seen says you didn't let it go. Nano went back on her agreement only a week after we paid for her model rigging. Okay. She paid you back, though. She discounted it from the cost. She probably paid you back, so this is irrelevant. Again, they're holding money over Nanolys's head. Constantly, they hold money over Nano's head. It's really fucking annoying. 2/11/25, Nano messaged me the next day about her walking back on the deal she made with Red. He'd already talked to me about her canceling the agreement specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bao or Cotton at all to me. Silver did lose out on an opportunity due to your prejudice against her. You got her to cancel the first Silver model. You did. So this is completely irrelevant. Oh, let's read this next sentence, though. Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, even though you kept fucking dragging her back. But it didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. Okay, why didn't you say that? She had to say it to Red herself. She faced no backlash from Red or I for going back on her word, and she shouldn't have because it wasn't a legally binding agreement. You gave her a spit in the face and a handshake. Don't act like you're doing this woman any fucking favors. Even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try and end the comparison between Silver and I, you are a deeply insecure person. Stop thinking about this person who has haunted you for 4 fucking years. I was content with Nano working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her like always. That's a fucking lie. Quote about this from my apology. When Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption this was only about Silvervale. You absolutely knew. She absolutely knew. I was upset, and my initial messages to her were very guilt trippy. Not were, are guilt trips. You're actively guilt tripping her. You do that every time you talk to her. Just so you know, if you go back and look at screenshots between Cinder and Nano, if Cinder isn't being a suck up and pretending to be nice, she's guilt tripping Nano for doing something of her own volition. Those are her two modes, sycophant and liar. God. Cinder, I just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize to you personally since I've only talked about that with Red. Okay, well, you're the fucking employer here, so you should know that this is going on. I don't believe you, Cinder. You're not this innocent little dove, okay? You're not. You did this. You did do it. You were just as guilty as your boyfriend is. And pretending that you're not is kind of a weird slap in the face to him. Why are you still together? Break the fuck up already. But I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, again, this is Nano telling you the only reason she agreed to the silver fucking thing was because of your fucking personal issues with her. You are the reason that Nano agreed to that. Just wanted to let you know I still love working with you in Red, but I'll understand if things don't work because of Silver. I just love my clients, that's all. I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you. You've pushed a lot of shit on her that's been really fucking unfair. But it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. No, it's not. I just get compared to her a lot, even still today, and it's like I'm always living in someone's shadow, which is one reason why Red asked about not making any more models for her. And when I said I understand if things don't work out, when you said I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano, and it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling. Oh, you little fifis get hurt? It's just business, Cinder. It's just business. I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Silver. You're so much bigger already, and you've done so much more. Again, Nano is saying, stop with the silver bullshit. But I would never give Silver any priority over you. You've given Cinder plenty of priority over Silver, though. Also, there's not even any model for her being discussed. I just want to sleep clear-minded. Also, I'm fine not doing her models, but at least GamerSup's art stuff would be fine with me. I don't want to be 100% an asshole to her, that's all. It's not me, but other people's opinion of us. Yes, it is you. It is you. You keep comparing yourself to her. No sound person who doesn't care about comparisons is thinking about them for 4 fucking years like this woman is. 4 years Silverveil has haunted you because you didn't get the cherry blossom wolf girl you wanted. Because you weren't clever enough to come up with a different way to present it so people wouldn't accuse you of copying. You don't have the spine to do anything original or creative. So what'd you do? You tone shifted it a little bit. You inverted the colors. Oh, I'm so impressed. You're so creative. Oh. I'm going to need to go to a sensory deprivation tank after this. Just lock me in and throw me in the ocean. But other people's opinions of us. I'm just trying not to get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us. You are the one. You are the drama. You are the drama, Cinder. I understand what you're coming from, Nano. There's no hard feelings. Sorry about this. My mental is just a bit weak. Same, girl. Clearly not, since you're perfectly unfazed backstabbing all these people. I want to get you that money. This whole situation is kind of sucky. I want to get along. Okay, she doesn't want to be friends with you. She doesn't want to be buddies with you. Okay? She doesn't owe you friendship. Silver does not owe you friendship, Cinder. You're not a fucking victim because Silver won't say hi to you in the Minecraft server. You're an adult woman. Get a fucking grip. You have all of these wonderful friends, and you are so fixated on the one person who does not fuck with you. Unhealthy. Ridiculous. I would never hate you. Thank you, and same. I'm just an insecure bitch. Don't worry. Cinder is more insecure than you are. I love everything we've done together, and I want to keep doing more. People keep saying dumb shit online that just makes me stressed. Then stop being so chronically online. For someone who's supposedly so fucking busy, you sure do have a lot of time to read mean comments. Here's the thing. It is not beyond reason to assume that Cinder spends all of her time scrolling on fucking Twitter. And the only reason that her boyfriendager was handling everything was because she wanted to be chronically online. Sigh full of pain. There's compilation of my sighs of pain throughout all of this. God. Thank you. Sometimes dealing with Red just makes me a bit anxious. Wow. Maybe you should tell him to talk to your manager. Maybe he shouldn't be pressuring you, Nano. Maybe he's being manipulative. I'm sorry you felt pressured about this. He's just looking after me. He loves your stuff. I'll tell him to be nice. So this is you admitting that you were pressuring her. This whole fucking time. So everything else was a fucking lie. Nano have a manager? Her husband, Mio, is technically her manager, but he doesn't really seem to do much for her other than try and get her to keep her project priorities at a healthy level. Which again, she probably went to bat for Cinder a lot. She went to bat for Cinder monopolizing her time a lot. I don't doubt that. That's not fucking fair to Nano. That's not fair to Nano. They've been so unfair to her this whole time, constantly holding everything over her fucking head. And then wondering why she feels pressured. Why do you feel pressured? We're only holding your entire career and all of the money we've ever paid you and your house over your head. I understand, actually. I can just imagine how busy you are, so I don't bother much. I will always have time to yap with you. Clearly not. Clearly not. You're not showing us a lot of screenshots between you and her actually talking about business stuff. You the best. Searching Bao and Cotton in my DMs with Nano. Okay, you didn't talk to her. That doesn't mean you didn't talk shit. So, irrelevant. Obfuscation. Where's the button again? Objection! There it is. There it is. Objection. Yeah. Just because you didn't do it in this specific set of screenshots in this specific chat doesn't mean you didn't do it at all. You got time to scroll on social media. You got time to be a grown-up. You got time to fix this shit. Amen, Zach. In our project server, Red was telling Nano about our next model plans after my sleepy outfit debuted. Nanoless, we're thinking about doing a big update to the demon model outfit next, plus a new outfit on it. Big update? Like we did the 2.5 update with the 2.0 model, with the new boobs and Charlie. Oh, God. The obsession with tits in this community is really, really unsettling. I need more asses in this place. Come on. Okay. So we'd update some things and add some toggles to it. Didn't you want to redo the demon before we started the angel? LOL. I'll do whatever you guys want to. What outfit would it be? Well, we want to update. There's a bit of a gap here. Well, we want to update just the normal demon outfit first. The new outfit would be on the demon model instead of 2.0 like the rest of them. But it's still being worked on. Rigging. But we're still working on the designs. Work in progress. Spoiler. So we don't get to see any of that, which is fine. You know, we just got an update. I love it so much. This is in April of 2025. Again, you're pushing more work onto her. You don't have an exclusivity agreement. I'm not sure why you're still pursuing this whole without Nano's art, there is no Cinder thing, because very clearly you can survive without her being your sole artist. 4/11/25, Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. Not your fucking business. If there is a conflict of timelines, Nanolist will tell you. You don't need to fucking ask about every little competitor. Being a nosy bitch is not a justifiable defense. It's not a defense. Cheers, everyone. I wish I had some fucking alcohol. Okay. Congrats on the Lily model, Nano. Hey, thank you. When did she ask about doing that one? And do you have a lot of other models lined up besides ours? Again, this fucking emoji he always uses to play dumb. He uses this every time he wants to play dumb, like he's not asking her to give up work. Oh no, it's just hers and finishing up a few things on blank. I'll probably stop taking new models after Lily and work with current clients. Gotcha. Pray. Was it recently Lily messaged you, or has it been planned for a while? Since February or March. Why the fuck do you care? What are you doing still streaming? I'm dissecting a fucking lying bitch. That's what I'm doing. 2 lying bitches, actually, at the same time. I don't know if you've ever seen an operating theater, but sometimes they can have 2 tables and 2 different sets of students can be working at the same time while people sit in the amphitheater and observe. It's quite fascinating, really. I've seen a human dissection before. Multiple ones. I bet you've never seen a circular saw used on the human pelvis. I have. I wouldn't wish that on anyone who doesn't want to learn anatomy and physiology. It is gnarly. I haven't. Go to bed. No. Not happening. Can't make me. Nuh-uh. Okay. I asked Nano about Lily and her projects just like I would any other time. Again, it's none of your fucking business. You're overstepping a weird boundary here. And Nano gave me the information. You asked twice. You asked about it twice. You asked, when did she ask you about doing one? She didn't answer that question. But you asked again. So this is not her volunteering the information. This is you pressing the question. You can rephrase your bullshit all you like. It's still bullshit at the end of the day. Slap a paint on a turd, it's still a fucking turd. Our dictator will go to bed when she's good and ready. Exactly. Yes. Oh, my fucking traps are so tight right now. I just need somebody to walk on my back. Athena weighs too little and my brother weighs too much. I need that deep tissue massage yesterday. Okay. That night I saw Red and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shy Lily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was happy about the idea that Lily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we were both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shy Lily with the way she was treating me. And the fact, oh my fucking god, you're throwing him under the bus again. Listen to me. She wants us to believe that Red is his own adult human being with his own thoughts and feelings, and he came up with these ideas on his own. Does she not also consider that she is her own person and she should not have fallen for this bullshit? I didn't agree. Yeah, you did. You said you fell for the hustle bullshit. You already admitted to that. In my mind, Shy Lily and I weren't going to be competing for anything. Yeah, because you're fucking co-owners. And this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately, and I was anxious about it. Okay, let's continue with the bullshit. I don't care. I really don't. This is all lies anyway. 4/12/25. The next day, Red went back to Nano to ask again about Shy Lily. Why are you still asking about Shy Lily? And to tell her what I've been experiencing with her. Again, defaming Shy Lily. For what? Your own personal grievances? Grow up. Grow up. You're sabotaging Nano's business because of your own gripes with how somebody isn't being nice to you, isn't being sycophantic. Just because people don't treat you the way Red does, doesn't mean they fucking hate you, Cinder. Red is a sycophant. He's a people pleaser, and it's really weird. To a weird degree. I don't know if he's a people pleaser, but he's definitely a sycophant. Okay. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. I have a feeling you're fucking lying to me. My spidey sense is tingling. Maybe she's just upset from all the pressure Red had been giving her after Nano said that she's been a bit uncomfortable with talking to Red. Exactly! Red has done nothing but constantly pressure Nano. God, it's so weird. Constantly pressuring her. You're not her fucking boyfriend. You're not her manager. You don't need to know these details about her schedule. If something conflicts with your projects, she will tell you. It is not your place to ask about other people's ongoing works. Especially when you're not willing to back it up with any fucking money. Not willing to offer even a modicum of an estimate of what they could pay Nano for exclusivity. Just a one-time payment for rigging and a figure. That was enough for them. She's losing out on a ton of work by following through with that deal. But thank God she didn't follow through with it, because that was the smart business decision. Okay. These are the last messages Red had with Nano and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs and Project Server. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. I don't believe you. Everything I was experiencing with Shylily at the time is explained in her section of this document. Oh my God, it's going to be a bunch of her trucking and vagaries about how she looked at her wrong. How she didn't invite her to everything. So what? So fucking what? You brought your weirdo boyfriend everywhere. Why would they want to bring you with them when it's a girl's time? That's what I think is going to happen. She's going to be pissed because Red wasn't included in things. That she wasn't invited because Red had to be there. Baby girl, break up with that man. He doesn't live in your fucking skin. He doesn't need to be with you 24/7. In my apology, I wrote, I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shylily between Red and Nano until reading her document. You're lying to me, and I know you are because you talked about Shylily with Red. There's no way you didn't also talk about this. And if your boyfriend, Jur, supposedly felt that comfortable not disclosing information to you, you should have broken up with him a long time ago. And the fact that you're choosing to stay with him, again, I've said this multiple times, it's very spineless. It's very spineless for you to stick by this man who, based on your allegations, ruined your career and all of your closest personal friendships. Based on you venting to your boyfriend. He then went and acted as your manager, and you're taking him back? Pathetic. Spineless. All of this is bullshit, and she means none of it. She doesn't care. She ran out of money, and she doesn't want to get a day job. Pathetic. This court finds you to be a little bitch. Sorry, I gotta stand up or I'm gonna start to fall asleep. Ugh. Okay, bring the mic up here. Hi, it doesn't actually go that tall, so you're still kind of far away. I'm sorry, the air conditioner is also running. I'm sorry. It's about to get, like, all kinds of noise up in here. Okay. I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation above with Cinder because there wasn't anything super meaningful or pressing she thought I needed to know about. So you badgering Nano constantly wasn't something she needed to know about? He was upset. He was upset that Nano said that he pressures her. Because he does. If that's not the biggest red flag in the VTuber community, I don't know what is. Exactly. Hey, Nano, do you have any more plans with Lily besides the model, like outfits or merch or anything? Just the model so far. Okay. Her asking you for a model recently just made the antenna go up. Oh my fucking god. It's none of your fucking business, dude. She's been acting weird towards Cinder lately. Again, we're gonna see exactly what this quote-unquote weirdness was, and I bet it's a nothing burger. Their own shared delusion at work yet again. Followed up with Nano about Lily because of the way she was acting towards Cinder over the past few weeks. It really seemed like Lily had a problem with Cinder. Again, you're being fucking delusional. And you're asking Nano to bank on your personal feelings. Bro. He consistently brings up quote-unquote competitors, asks about their work, and then talks mad shit about them, then acts gooped and gagged when Nano acts based on his words about those people. So is she your friend or is she not your friend, Red? Are you venting to her? Or are you just saying inappropriate shit to a business partner? Which is it? Because it's one or the other. You don't get to pick both. Oh, that's weird. Ever since V-Card launched. But what do you consider weird? Lately dipping out of collabs they were both part of at the last minute and now ghosting her messages. Cinder's rated her a couple times. Again, we've already seen that this was complete bullshit. Lily said her name in multiple live streams. They were friends. This is an imagined slight because they're both paranoid freaks. It's probably Cinder gunning for Lily's ownership anyway. Just weird petty stuff. I don't know. It's weird petty stuff that you were making up in your head. It's both weird since they both share the same store. Yeah, almost like it's an imagined slight. Around V-Card's launch, they were talking about collabing, and I don't know what happened. I know what happened. You ditched Numi. That's what happened. You ditched Numi for the V-Card collab. That's what happened. Okay? You ditched Numi. If something changed, it was because you were a shitty friend, Cinder. That's nobody's fault but your own. Around V-Card's launch, they were talking about talking and collabing. I don't know what happened. She found out about the Numi thing. She found out you ditched Numi for the V-Card thing. Was just weird, even though she said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon, although Blank was kind of mean to her about using an L2D item one time. A weird, meaningless emoji. I don't know, I hate that we keep bringing you into drama. Then stop fucking mentioning it to her. I'm gonna lose my mind. You said in the beginning of this fucking section that you never brought her into drama. Objection. Objection. A fucking objection. You're contradicting yourself again. Again. Can you go more than one page, more than a few words without contradicting something? I'm being fucking serious. These people are unwell. I didn't lie about anything I said here. Yeah, but you speculated wildly about her motives. Not me. I don't think she did. Hold on. Gotta keep the bean access going. Okay. Let's continue. Oh, God. Hi, Botan! Hi! Such bullshit. Me saying ever since after V-Card launched was because around then was the time I remembered them collabing and talking with each other, like I said after. I remembered Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, which it's 4 months later, she can change her mind. She's allowed to change her mind. But I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that had passed when I said this. And obviously, Lily had changed her mind since then. Wow. Wow. We're acknowledging that people can change their minds about things. Nana wasn't allowed to do that, though, was she? You got so upset that Nano didn't want to be your little pet anymore. God. I don't know, I hate that we keep bringing you into drama. Okay, you keep choosing to do that. If you hate it so much, stop fucking doing it. Yeah, I thought it was quite early to go for a new model. Blank looked a bit menacing, so I don't talk to her. Feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model mama. Oh my fucking god, you paranoid weirdo. You're literally partial owners of the same fucking company. She's not your competition, she's your coworker. Even pets get treated better than Nano did. That's true. You're right, Akiru. You're right. This is the only time I ever said anything to anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. That's not true. I'm pretty sure you already talked about her once before. If Lily had a problem with Cinder and at the same time started working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her. This is not him saying he's walked back his thinking, by the way. He's doubling down, tripling, quadrupling down. These two are so paranoid and delusional. You're not business-oriented, you're just backstabbers. This isn't ambition, this is greed. Okay, let's keep going. This is wasted enough of my time already. I'm still standing, Kitsumi. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. I'm flexing, too. Flexing my sword traps. In the water. Okay. This is so full of shit. So full of shit. Okay. We'd be competing with her at the very least over Nano's time. Again, Nano is capable of managing her projects on her own. If you are pressuring her to drop people, you are the bad person. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason. Okay, you were imagining that slight, though, because it wasn't actually any real change. It was her happening to drop out of a couple of things. She didn't say shit to you? Oh my god. Such a paranoid, delusional thing to say. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder any differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect. So we're throwing the blame onto Lily. That's what we're doing now. Oh yeah.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. And no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. You had no reason to ask her anything at all to begin with because you are not the client that this is being talked about. You can ask if there are other projects. You can even ask for their names. And she volunteered them. And then you pressed her about when she was asked because you were being a paranoid, deluded weirdo. You and your girlfriend are both in desperate need of psychiatric treatment. Or at the very least, a full panel of psychological diagnostics, because this is not mentally healthy thinking. This is extremely delusional. This is paranoid. God, you're acting like there are ninjas on the lawn, dude. You're acting like there's somebody tapping your fucking phone. I would have felt the same way about it that Cinder did. God, no you didn't, dude. Between these screenshots, they were talking about something unrelated. Sure, I totally believe you. Real. Is it just Cinder and Blank you've been doing conspicuous model outfits for? We'll have the Demon update list plus final arcade reference for you soon as it's finished. I think it is. I have an outfit for Blank planned too. As for Blank, got nothing for now, but she always comes up with something. Do you know who's rigging Lily's model? Gonna be Blank. Thanks, Nano. Sorry for all the questions. Yeah, you're scoping out the people that you are accusing of being competition. They're creating these rat races in their mind that just don't exist. I'll say what I said at the beginning of this. VTubing is an incredibly niche field. incredibly niche. A high tide raises all boats. Everyone benefits when one person succeeds. Maybe Cinder and Red have matching tinfoil hats. They probably do. Oh, sorry. The mental fatigue from reading this constant bullshitting is real hard. I'm gonna need like a week in the crypt after this. I'm gonna have to slam my body back into the sarcophagus. Seal me back up. I'm not ready. Thanks, Nano. Sorry for all the questions. Just gotta stay informed, especially when it comes to our top artist. Never a break. Okay. Nano is the one who is supposed to tell you about pertinent information relating to your specific projects. It is none of your fucking business what she is doing for her other clientele. My brother's awake. He went to sleep while I was streaming, and I'm still streaming. In 13 hours, I'm still going. I'm a little sweaty, but you know what? I don't think that's a bad sign. Totally not. Clamming up, that's not a bad sign at all. Let's keep going. Okay. Don't worry, just don't stress too much with the side things. It's bad for balding. I'm gonna go bald now. I'll keep you in the loop about anything else going on with that. The balding? No, you fool. Just stupid drama. Oh my fucking god. Again, dragging her into drama. Again, dragging her into drama. Keep you in the loop about the drama, but you totally didn't include her in the drama, right? You didn't do that? You didn't do that? You didn't pull Nano into your personal drama between you and her other clients, even though that's what you're doing in this screenshot? You didn't do that? You didn't manipulate her? Okay. Sure. Gotta stay competitive, even when we shouldn't have to. Fucking. This man is pathetic. Also, your PFP looks like a guy with a mustache. Don't go too far on the competitiveness. It can get bad. Gotta chill sometimes. Hey, it's not us. Yes, the fuck it is. Red is the one stacking him and is comparing Cinder to everyone else. You two are locked in your little basement being paranoid about every fucking person you've ever shook hands with. And it's not you? Nobody else is talking to Nano like this. Nobody else is digging for information about other clients like this. This is not normal, common practice. You saying, hey, it's not us, does not immediately delete the other 200-something screenshots where it very clearly is you. I stayed informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us in our brand. No, you stayed informed on Nano's plans because you didn't like the people she was working with. Tina wants out. Make your demands, Tiny. Okay. Let's keep going. It's always been that way, and it's never been a problem with her. Okay, she never said it was a problem, but obviously you pressure her a lot. I said we'd have to stay competitive, as in a general sense, with the entire VTuber sphere. Even when we shouldn't have to, with someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend, now acting this way. Again, we're blaming Lily for you two being paranoid weirdos. It's a lot of mountains out of molehills, and a lot of not being willing to admit that they're the paranoid ones. I imagine that they consider every VTuber model that has 2 eyes and hair as competitors. Anybody with a set of boobs is a competitor. That's what they're talking about. Anybody with a good set of googas and some jiggle physics, direct competitor. Tell me everything about their private projects. I need to know. No, you don't. You don't need to know shit. Hold on. plop my wagon back here in this chair. Had my stand-up time. My prance around time. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Yue, I'm gonna need you to tell me about any VTubers you work with in advance from now on, okay? Exactly. Phew. Okay. Also, PFP is this. Whatever. Hey, it's not us. Yeah, it is you. We aren't the ones getting a model from the artist of the other GS owner out of the blue and ghosting them and refusing to acknowledge them. This is an imagined slight. It wasn't either of us who had a problem with Lily or treating her differently for no apparent reason. Yes, it was. You're imagining this fucking slight against her. You're imagining this. Like, somebody suddenly not making as much time for you as they used to doesn't mean they fucking hate you, you weirdos. It just means they have other important shit to do. Like, come the fuck on. Okay. We aren't... Okay. Is this you before you start drawing for the day? You got me. Understandable. Me getting GS to start the work shift. Oh, this is all so irrelevant. Okay, what do you think would be better? Updating parts of the demon model like we did 2.0 or making a new demon model? I don't know how much new stuff you ended up doing for the angel outfit, even though it was going to use 2.0 as a base. At this point, I'll always suggest new models since she's pretty old now. But it's your money, your orders. The demon is the oldest 2.0 model. True. Well, we'd want to update the demon with new toggles we've had, but also use as a base for the arcade outfit and then do an ice demon at the start of next year. Whatever you guys prefer. Okay, we'll let you know. Nano, we're brainstorming new design ideas. Are there any ideas or themes you'd have in mind for the Cinder model? There are no wrong answers. Again, you're asking her for ideas. You're not a creative person. You're not, Red. You're a fraud. This is so weird. These are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything about Lily was a step too far. Anything bad about Lily was a step too far. I don't know why she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason. She didn't just ask me to verify. Because you were not going to verify it. You were talking about a yucky feeling you had based on slights that you imagined. She recognized your paranoid delusion and then exposed it. Like, what the fuck are you trying to get us to believe here? That she was unjustified in her thinking that you were going too far? I never asked, told, implied, or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model she already started, and I had no intention to. But you did talk mad fucking shit about her. Same way you talked bad about Bao. Same way you talked bad about Silvervale. Once is a coincidence, twice is a hobby. And you have a nasty fucking hobby of talking shit about people you're supposedly friends with. 4:15:25. This is the last message in my DMs with Nano. She never replied and never messaged me to talk about things from her document privately. Okay, you could have reached out first. In my apology, I wrote, Nano had never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was, looking to address the issues she had with either of us or to terminate our partnership. So are we trying to discredit her giving you the grace of friendship? Our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. Okay, whatever. 3 days after Red's message with Nano about Lily, and 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explaining why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband Mio, so him being replaced and Nano coming to this decision out of nowhere made no sense. It's almost like you weren't actually that close of friends. I was never added into this chat, and I wasn't even aware of it happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. It sounds like your boyfriendager was making someone very uncomfortable. very uncomfortable, to the point where they had to bring in somebody else to tell you to stop badgering her. This does not make you look good. This makes you look like you don't know when to fucking shut up and leave her alone. She'd given you a lot of fucking grace at this point that you didn't deserve. Nano added me to this chat originally, since this was the first time I'd ever been in contact with this other person. At the time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding me into the chat and her leaving were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay, let's read this. Nanolist commissions. Hello, nice to meet you, Red. I'm Akira, Nanolist's new manager. I'm here to support her with client outreach so she can focus on what she does best, creating stunning 2D anime babes. You may have noticed she's been a bit quiet lately. Part of why I'm reaching out is to apologize for the radio silence, but more importantly, to ensure that there's always a clear line of communication moving forward, so we can avoid situations like this in the future. That said, I also come bearing some bittersweet news. Nanolist will be taking a break from working on large-scale commissions for Cinder. We know this may come as a surprise, and we didn't want to leave you in the dark. The decision wasn't made lightly. Both of you have grown together and share a really special creative bond. The reason behind this pause is straightforward, though not without complexity. While the opportunity to work with Cinder has been incredible and quite lucrative, Nanolist feels it's time to expand her artistic horizons. She wants to challenge herself with new styles and creators and is concerned that focusing solely on one project might pigeonhole her creatively. This isn't about personal differences. Far from it. It's about growth and the pursuit of a broader artistic path. All of this was stewing in Nano's mind, and just because she didn't disclose it to Cinder and Red directly, who both treated her like a toy, they think that she's bullshitting and making it up and that it's coming out of nowhere. You're not her husband. You're not her bestie. You've met her at a convention maybe once, maybe twice. She's allowed to have these thoughts and feelings behind the scenes. This is not inconsistent for her character. She appeased you consistently, and now she's finally getting somebody who can put their fucking foot down. Akira sounds very professional. Exactly. And this is what Nano needed. Someone who can be firm. Because she is a very warm-hearted, friendship-oriented person. And they did not, for a second, think that she was ever going to pull something like this on them. Oh, we'd manipulated her so well into thinking that we were besties for the resties. How dare she make us talk to her cold, stone-faced manager? Whatever. Artistic burnout is real and often unavoidable for those who make a living from their creative work, as I'm sure you're quite familiar with. She's been meaning to say this for a while, but struggled to find the right words, which is where I come in. Please know this isn't goodbye, just a temporary shift. As she explores new opportunities and works with other creators, we're absolutely open to revisiting collaborations in the future. After all, Nanolist and Cinder has always been a slam dunk combo. I ask for your understanding during these uncertain times and urge you to resist the temptation to reach out to Nano directly. This is a difficult time for her as well, and she needs the space to gather her thoughts in these moments of reflection. If you have any questions or future business inquiries, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm here to help. Remember how they said they could acknowledge that Shy Lily changed her mind from January to April? Why can't they acknowledge this? Akira messaged in this chat first and renamed the chat to Nanolist Commissions, showing that I didn't make this group or initiate this conversation. I don't care. Akira said Nano was meaning to say this for a while, but everything Akira described she never showed anything remotely similar to. Nano was always excited for her projects, including just days before this. Just because she didn't say it to your face while you were actively pressuring her to take more work doesn't mean she wasn't thinking it, dickball. Again, I'm grabbing the fucking boom mic like I'm grabbing this guy's collar. Just because she didn't say it out loud doesn't mean she wasn't thinking it. Hi, Akira. Thanks for the message. The line of reasoning makes sense, and we have been working with Nano consistently for years now. She's been a major part of our brand and why Cinder is Cinder. It does hurt that this is kind of coming out from nowhere from my perspective. We didn't hear anything about this directly beforehand. If this is the conclusion she came to, then I will talk to Cinder and figure out our next steps. Does this mean all projects we were in talks with Nano about are canceled, including model updates? I appreciate your help, Akira, and you're helping Nano with everything she does. She can be a bit disorganized sometimes. Big fucking words coming from you who never had anything at the time that she needed it, and was constantly just batting ideas at her. Out of nowhere. Yeah, whenever somebody says something was out of nowhere, they just don't know how to read a fucking room. Oh, God, it's so annoying. Appreciate she can be a bit disorganized sometimes. Lol, it's unfortunate. The terms we're meeting on, though. Why are you including a lol in this? He's having to take on a professional tone, and he's never had to do that before. He can't help but resist a little lol. Hey, thanks so much for the quick response. I'm really sorry about the disorganization on Nano's end. And I totally understand how this might have felt sudden. I'm stepping in to help smooth things out and make sure communication is clear moving forward, so we can all stay in the loop and avoid such surprises. As for future commissions, Nano is currently taking some time to recover from burnout, so she'll need a bit of a break. Once she's feeling better, we'd love to revisit the idea of future collaborations. In the meantime, if you have any projects with pressing deadlines that Nano can't take on, I'll personally facilitate another high-caliber artist who can handle the commission to make sure Cinder gets the high-quality artwork she's associated with, so we don't create a roadblock for you. Oh my fucking God. I'm not sure how much she's informed you, but the latest project we brought to her was a small model update to Cinder's demon model she'd drawn in the past. However, I don't think having another artist create new layers on her existing work would be reasonable. The project was intended for launch in June, but if Nano has to cancel, then we'll scrap the update altogether. As for future projects, Nanolith or yourself on her behalf can reach out to us when she's ready, and we'll discuss things then. Thank you for all the work you've done for us, Nano. Again, another fucking appeal to her emotions. This is exactly why Akira was hired, to protect Nano from your weird behavior. Yes, for anything in the immediate future, I'd say until around July. Just to give a rough estimate, everything is on hold for now. I totally understand if delaying the project isn't feasible on your end. We can definitely touch base again around that time to see where things stand. If it still doesn't make sense to move forward, we can cancel altogether. Whatever works better for you is fine for us. I don't think that timeline will work for this project, unfortunately. Looking forward to hearing from you when the time comes. Thanks, Akira. Appreciate it. He is so fucking pissed he's not getting what he wants. He's so upset. He's so upset that he's been locked out. This is, you're really ending this on Nano is the good guy for me. Nano was right to shut you out. Okay, that's understandable. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thanks a lot for being so understanding in such short notice. I think Nano really appreciates it. If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to ask. Have a good week. I immediately accepted this decision if it's what Nano wanted. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You asked about the projects you already had in work. That's not accepting the decision. My comment saying Nano is a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. I said thank you for the work you've done to us because she was in the chat at this time. Okay. Again, I don't fucking care. Who is blasting music? Jackass. I can hear the fucking bass from here. Hey, Akira, just asking for clarification. This is a day later. Since it'll affect mine and Cinder's plans for the future, is Nano taking a break from commissions in general for the next few months due to burnout from back-to-back projects? And then things will resume as normal, but maybe with more time between new things? Or after her break, has she decided not to work with us in the scale she has been now, and only take on projects sparingly so she can pursue other things? Thanks for the help. This is not accepting her decision, by the way. This is not accepting her decision. Hey, Red, I think it's still too early to say, But once we resume the collaborations, I believe doing smaller scale projects first, like screens and whatnot, would be ideal. Once we get our foot in the door a little bit, it will depend on how Nano Nano feels about it. Blech. I believe she'll eventually want to undertake large projects again, but trying out smaller stuff is definitely smarter in my opinion. Again, Akira is here to protect Nano from burnout, and Cinder and her boyfriendager have been the main source of Nanoliss's burnout for the last 4 fucking years. Jesus Christ. Well, given the timeline, let's say she's back in July. The next and last thing after Cinder's demon model update, immediately thinking about yourself, was a new outfit project we showed her recently. It's planned to debut in August, and there may be just enough time for it to be done. Oh my god, immediately asking her for crunch time. I know you're saying this wouldn't be the type of project she'd want to take on so soon, but if I could get a concrete answer from her on this outfit project specifically sooner rather than later, it would help us figure out things on our end. And one more thing, were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout? I'm pretty sure that's just them playing nice and appeasing you. And some simp on Twitter saying Nano got manipulated by Akira. Oh my god. I highly fucking doubt that, bro. I'll bring it up with her. I'm thinking we might have a clearer answer by June regarding a potential start date for the demon model update, if that timing works for you. Otherwise, it's probably a bit too early to have that conversation with her. And no, as far as I understand, it's really just a case of artistic burnout and the pressure she feels to prove herself. Thanks, Akira. No worries. This man is stepping in to protect Nano from Redacted constantly badgering her for work. Akira is doing the right thing here. He's being professional about this. I asked Akira more questions and tried to speculate on some kind of timeline when Nano may possibly be able to work with us again. Oh my fucking god, get a different artist! Since this threw off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically if there were any other factors. Oh my god. Thinking my conversation with her about Shy Lily could have had something to do with this. I was reassured it was just... Now I know I was right to suspect this. Oh my fucking god. So, her drawing the line at you talking shit about a third of her clients, by the way, a third person out of her clients, she's not allowed to draw the fucking line with you constantly dragging her into drama? Out of topic, what is this song? Monochrome by Baby Metal. Okay, let's keep going. No worries. Akira, should we preemptively be looking for a new core Cinder model artist for anything beside... Yes, you dumb fucking bitch! Everything that Akira has said so far would lead you to that conclusion if you were actually business-oriented. In an ideal world, I'd love for you to wait until Nano is recovered from her burnout, but I completely understand that's not realistic from a business standpoint. Please feel free to begin the search for a new artist. As I mentioned before, I'm more than happy to assist in any way that I can, whether that's facilitating potential artists or helping with the transition process. After all, it's due to us that you found yourself in this inconvenience. I think the confusion came from your initial message, which made it seem like Nano was breaking up with us. Oh my fucking god, no it didn't, you freak. And wouldn't be continuing being a major part of our team as Cinder's model artist moving forward. If she needs a few months away from any new projects, that's completely understandable, and we can wait for her to be ready. We don't want to move on to another model artist, if that's not what's being implied. What I mean is that we don't know how long the healing process will take. It would be unfair to keep you from working on models, and unfair to expect Nanoliss to do all of that work and hurry through her healing. It might be months, might be a year. It's uncertain yet. As long as Nano isn't saying, I don't want to be Cinder's model artist anymore, we will wait for her until she's ready again. I'm not saying we don't be working on other model projects in that time frame, depending on how long it takes, but when she's ready, we will be able to. We will be too. Thanks a lot for understanding. We really appreciate it. Cinder is very distressed over this whole situation after I broke the news to her. Can you give us any confirmation at this time about when Nano that when Nano returns, she'll be willing to continue making models with her. You keep fucking saying this, and he keeps saying the same thing. No, it's too soon to tell. He keeps pressing this point. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she too can understand. Regarding the models, I believe Nano needs to prioritize healing right now, and like I said, it's yet unknown how long that's going to take. But once she feels she can work on a Cinder model again, we can start a conversation about it. It's not by any means off the table. Like I said, it could be months or even a year until that happens. Greg got an IQ of a water flea. Yeah. Hey Akira, I've been speaking to Cinder about this on and off, and she wanted me to relay her thoughts, and she doesn't feel like she could... What is this fucking noise, bro? Like I said, it could be months or even a year until that happens. Hey Akira, I've been speaking to Cinder about this on and off, and she wanted me to relay her thoughts. Since she doesn't feel she should message Nano herself. Good, he already told you not to do that. I didn't want to move on from Nano and said we'd wait for her and change our plans around instead of replacing her as Cinder's model artist. No, you can't do that, though, because Nano's healing has an undetermined timeline. And you are constantly fucking asking. I'll do whatever you guys want to. Grumpy face? I think that's a nod. Again, this doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. She doesn't have to tell you directly. You're not her fucking friend. You're not her friend. You're not her fucking friend. I don't care. I do not care. 5 days later, Red messaged Akira again. Hey, Akira, I've been speaking to Cinder about this on and off. She's very hurt that Nano hadn't discussed with her sooner. She's not your bestie. You're still just her fucking client. And that she came to this decision without any warning after all the time they've worked together. She doesn't owe that to you. To now seemingly all communication with each other being taboo. Not to mention she wasn't included in this conversation because you're the manager. You're the manager. You're supposed to be handling all the business discussions, right? As you know, Cinder has tied her image and her brand around Nano's work over the last 3 years, of her own choice. I could read 2 words that would leave me more I could read 2 words that would leave me more emotional than a 1,000 page thesis. Yeah. Nacho fries. I know how you feel. Those are the 2 words. Okay. Last 3 years. Yeah, you tied up Nano's entire identity in your brand. You tied your entire brandity. Wow. I've been awake for quite a while. Let's keep going. This felt like a sucker punch at a time where other factors in the space were really weighing down on her. Like I said before, this is guilt tripping. Like I said before, we will continue to respect Nano's wishes and don't expect her decision to change. After counting, we both completely understand the burnout with having 13 projects together in 18 months. You kept asking, and she didn't know how to say no. We just feel like we could have handled this better, or a compromise made so that both sides could walk away satisfied. Instead of a long-time relationship feeling like it was upended overnight, due to uncertainty of the future, we've begun discussing backup plans in the case that Nano doesn't want to continue working together on major projects, as you should have done, as you should have assumed that you needed to do. Because, hey, healing from burnout can take a long fucking time. Thank you for the follow, Ghost Matters. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. I had hope. Yeah, right? Hello, Red. First of all, I really appreciate you guys giving Nano the space she needs and avoiding DMing her directly. I know it must be difficult for you as well. I'm truly sorry this situation came up so suddenly. Nano had been bottling up her feelings for quite a while, and it unfortunately led to a recent emergency hospital visit due to stress. This has been incredibly painful for her, too. Please don't view this as a taboo topic, but rather as a much-needed pause. Burnout and stress can be easily triggered, even by well-meaning messages. I agree that, had this been addressed earlier, things might have gone more smoothly. Sadly, Nano wasn't able to express how overwhelmed she was at the time, and what could have been a small break and an open conversation about work-pace ended up being something much more abrupt. I also fully understand your necessity for a backup plan, and I hope we get the chance to collaborate again. Yeah, it's like hammering things into the fucking wall. If this was truly what Nana was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it and she chose not to talk to us at all about it, we still accepted her decision. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You kept badgering her about when is she going to come back? When is she going to come back? When is she going to come back? But can we work with her again? But can we work with her again? And Akira was like, hey, chill the fuck out. She's healing. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this. Your feelings don't matter when someone else has gone to the fucking hospital. She didn't even give us the courtesy to explain herself after years of working together. She doesn't owe you that. Instead, she sent someone we've never heard of to say goodbye for her. Okay, she doesn't owe you a goodbye. You were a client, not a bestie. Again. You treated her like... This is what they wanted. They were treating her like a business partner while dumping friendship shit into her lap. Now that she's setting that clear boundary, they were upset. They were upset they didn't get their little signature style anymore. 4/26/25, Red and I were together when Nano posted her document at 1:42 a.m. EST. She was the first one to post. Around this time, Red sent her a DM saying, Nano, please, but deleted it right after. I messaged her, Nano, can we talk, but deleted it too. She then removed us as friends on Discord so we couldn't contact her again. But you still had her on fucking Twitter, didn't you? A simple I'm sorry would be better. Exactly. You ran this woman into the ground, and you want to pretend it wasn't your fucking fault? Finally, we get to Bao. Let's see how long the Bao section is. Oh, 114 fucking pages. Bao has always been a great friend to me. I couldn't own up to being a terrible friend to her when I wrote my apology. You're still not owning up to it now, actually. I've neglected Bao the same as a lot of other friends of mine, but more than the others in my closest circle. Again, why would you neglect the most emotionally fragile person who has been hurt and betrayed the most? You're a weirdo for that. There was so much I couldn't explain in my apology about what happened between Red and I over Bao. That's all presented below. Because of Red's resentment towards her after he thought she went out of her way to sabotage us at the end of last year. You know, kind of like what you guys have been repeatedly doing? She became a sore topic between us. My partner's opinion of my friend pressured me to treat her differently and to avoid any conflict between us. I never tried to talk to Bao about it because I didn't agree with Red to begin with. She was your friend. If your boyfriend fucking hates somebody, you're supposed to talk to that girl and find out why. Okay? Don't just stay silent. You're a bad friend. You didn't deserve any of these people in your circle. They deserved better than you, Cinder. My partner's opinion of my friend pressured me, okay? You're a grown fucking woman. And wait, hold on. So, your partner's opinion of Bao pressured you, but your opinion of Silver, Shy Lily, Cottontail, and Bao couldn't possibly have pressured him. Is that what you want me to believe? You're a liar. You're bullshitting. Didn't agree with Red to begin with. I knew Bao had a nano model WeebCon March of last year. I'm just gonna speed read this. I was told Nano chose to cancel Bao's model to focus on her own content. Again, all of this was stuff that Red pressured her to do. You have a consistent bad habit of saying that Red pressures people, and then immediately saying that he didn't pressure this specific person. Red pressures you, but he doesn't pressure Nano? That's a load of fucking shit, if I've ever smelt it. As far as I was aware, Bao didn't have any plans with Nano for a model again after that. She's your friend, you crazy bitch. Bao was recovering from surgery when she was told one of her closest friends betrayed her. I don't know what she was shown or told by Nano and Shy Lily. Okay. You're not the victim here. You're not the victim here for being the bad person. I wish she would have talked to me first. You should have talked to her. You knew that Red had a fucking problem with her, and you didn't talk to her. This is your fault, Cinder. You didn't manage you didn't keep a leash on your fucking dog. And you get gooped and gagged when it bit people. Put a fucking leash on your dog, Cinder. Jesus Christ. I was encouraged to reveal my relationship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing to not say anything about it before I did. Well, you clearly will choose that man before literally everyone else, so she didn't really owe you that grace, did she? Bao was the one... Listen, girl, if Cinder really is innocent in all this, that dick must go fucking crazy for her to be this whipped over this man and still willing to take him back after all of the aspects of her life that he has ruined. With his own overstepping and being a rabid fucking dog. Leash your fucking dog, Cinder. Muzzle your fucking mutt. This man's barking down everybody's throat. And you didn't stop him. You knew he was like this and you didn't fucking stop him. Take your pity parade somewhere else. It ain't gonna work here. Sorry, my brain is so fucked right now. I've been awake for over 24 hours at this point. I start hallucinating. I hope it's fun. That's 72 hours. That we should be fine. Bao was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a VTuber in 20. This doesn't fucking matter. I'm sorry to Bao. I completely misjudged her character and jumped to conclusions. No, this is not, these are inside thoughts. Everything that you said about these people to Nano they're all inside thoughts. Same exact guide as before. Video editor exclusivity. We've seen this. This is the video editor that they were pressuring. He chose to work in-house with Bao. He chose to work in-house with Bao. Hey, Nano, do you have a lot of mottos lined up still? Quite a few. Okay, this is all them repeating screenshots from earlier. Most of what happened in Nano's comments, in Nano's DMs. It's the Bao design again. Lore outfit, like Boss Rush. I don't fucking believe you that you said you wanted to include her. Later in their conversation, Bao was mentioned again because your boyfriend is a rabid dog who can't let go of something once he's gotten a hold of it. After Nano said she was rethinking her waitlist, I said I won't stop her if she wants to take on more. You pressured her the whole fucking time. You kept pressuring her. Nano told me Bao's model was planned for early June. You asked. Saying she told you is like she volunteered the information. No, you asked about all of this. Every single fucking time he claims that Nano volunteers information, he immediately precedes that message with asking about that information. So no, Nano was not volunteering this information to you. Nano asked about Red and Bao's model timeline. Yeah, I remember this. You pressuring her again, asking unnecessary fucking questions. Nano had asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Yeah, but you did talk mad fucking shit about Bao. You talked mad shit about Bao in this same conversation, actually. I just don't understand. At WeebCon is where Bao showed us the new model's design and it was working on for her. This doesn't fucking matter. Bao messaged Red about doing a cover of the She-Wolf with me for her Halloween album. This is the first and only time she went to Red in their DMs to plan something with me. She first told Red the song would be a duet. I have a question. Is it, no? Okay, noted. She would definitely like to try something. I wouldn't bank on it working out, lol. Oh my fucking god, he discouraged her. He acted like an asshole. Look at how different the tone is between his silly, goofy tone and all the emotes he uses with Nanoless. But he doesn't do that with Bao. He doesn't fuck with Bao. He doesn't like her. Bank on it working out. No, it's all good. For Halloween, I'm singing a cover album. I was asking around to see who wanted to be part of it. Would Cinder be down to sing a duet of She-Wolf with me? She's streaming, but I'll ask her. By Shakira. Okay, word. I'd be super flexible. Okay, this isn't weird of Bao to do, by the way. None of this is weird so far. She messaged Red again later, now telling him Numi was involved, because again, she was asking around. Red asked me about this, and he told Bao that I said I was down to do it. I also said she could have just messaged me about this. He's your fucking manager. Does she personally know them? I don't know that she knows them. I don't know that she knows any of these people, really. Not in the way that she thinks she does. She clearly didn't know Nanolis at all. But remember, she is griping right now about Bao doing what she's supposed to and talking to the manager about a project with the talent. And previously, we were just blessed with hundreds of pages of this exact same manager blasting someone with constant ideas. God. Actually, JK, the producer, said he can take my commission right now. I'm asking Cinder if she's down sometime soon. If not, let me know so I can let Numi know, and it'll just be us two. She was asking around about who people... This doesn't matter. She doesn't care about any of these people. I think she's down. She said you could have just messaged her, lol. You're the fucking manager. Is the song just you and her, or is Numi doing it too, from what your last message said? Or is Numi doing a different song with you? I know it's super early. Okay, first off, he was never this succinct with Nano. So immediate switch up in tone. I already know you have a fucking problem with her because you probably bitched about why Bao was talking to you and not her because you don't like Bao. 3 days later, Bao messaged me to add me to your project server for the song. This was the first thing she said to me about it. Red never told me Bao said anything about Numi's inclusion in the 3 days since. That's a him problem. That's not an indictment on Bao. Every time you levy an accusation at someone, it's your own boyfriendager being negligent. I'm not smart or a good judge of character, but this needs therapy. Correct. This was the first thing she said to me about it. Okay, Red was supposed to communicate that to you as your supposed manager. Numi being included wasn't a problem. The three of us did the cover together. So why do you bring it up? Why do you bring it up? We didn't need to see any of this. These are DMs with Nano leading up to when she canceled Bao's model. Where are they? Well, these are Red's DMs leading up. Okay, we already saw all of this with Nano, where he pressured her into canceling work. Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut so we could plan our schedule around it. Again, I don't fucking believe you. He had a grudge against Bao already. We've already seen all this. It's manipulation. Cinder's angel model was booked for October. I was also excited for what I thought was a model she was making for someone else. Again. This is them being really fucking obtuse. Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from public commission. Yeah, we've already gone over this. Why are you repeating messages? Because you just want to exhaust people. I'm skipping all of this. I've already told you what I think about this. This doesn't tell me anything. This is you blaming Nano for all the times you brought up Bao. We've already gone over this. Every single time they make an accusation, it is a confession. They are obsessed with these people. This is supposedly a section about Bao, but here we're talking about Nano. Again. This is a repeated section from... This is copy-pasted. This is all copy-pasted from the section with Nanolis. This is copy-pasted. This is the exact same content. Last solo collab with Bao. This is the video editor thing. Again, the video editor not wanting to have exclusivity with you, doesn't mean that Bao was after you. It meant that this guy just wanted to only work for Bao and then do other things on his own. That's not on Bao. That's his personal decision. This was the day of my last one-on-one collab with Bao. She had asked me to make clay animals together, and it took us 3 weeks to get materials fully delivered to schedule and finally schedule it. It took you 3 fucking weeks to get clay? Go to Michael's, you lazy bitch. We ended up making VTuber mascots. I was happy Bao wanted to do something artsy together since I already did my own crafting streams. Hello, can we do a hand cam stream where we make clay animals together? Look, you ghosted her for 2 hours. Wait, no. You ghosted her for 24 hours. I'm bad at sculpting, Lamau. Sounds like it would be fun. For someone who's supposedly your friend, you're not really chomping at the bit to reply. In Nano's section, constantly mention Bao, Lily, and Silver, and Bao's section constantly talk about Nano. It's incredibly disorganized. Natural Disaster. Bao released her song Natural Disaster featuring one of our friends alongside her. This event is here because I watched Bao say on her stream. She was talking about how difficult and frustrating and time-consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on projects, and that she would rather work with V-singers from now on. These were her closest friends she was talking about live on stream. I couldn't find an archon to prove this happened either. Aw, how convenient for you! What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends, and this is very telling of your perspective. Bao saying she wants to streamline the process in the future isn't her talking shit about her other friends. It's not. It's also none of your fucking business. At the same time, Bao, Numi, and I were working on our She-Wolf cover, which should be a green flag because, hey, she thinks that Cinder is one of those people that is qualified to do this. Cinder's voice is pretty mid, actually. It's okay. It's just okay, though. Red told me this, and it made me anxious about the song, and I felt like I had a lot of pressure on me to do well. I barely had any singing experience and wasn't anywhere near Bao's level, but she'd asked me to be a part of this, and I wanted to do my best for her. So remember all that bitching and moaning they did in September? This is less than 2 weeks before they say that Shy Lily switched up on them. I don't understand why this is relevant here. This isn't relevant. You're just like, this is them disparaging Bao's character, and they don't actually have any material to substantiate it. Okay, great. I don't fucking believe you. TwitchCon 2024. That further formed the opinion I had of Bao. I don't need to know this shit. You lambasted this poor woman and got her favorite projects blocked. You are the bad person here. It doesn't matter what your personal opinion was. You poisoned a business relationship because of your own prejudices. Your own gross assumptions. The first night there, Cinder, her friends, and I went out to dinner somewhere nice. Bao was supposed to be there with us but never showed up. It was the first chance the close friends had to see each other in months in person away from Merc, and she blew them off. Again, this is a big fucking assumption. And everyone present was talking about her not being there. Aw, so that must mean it's okay for you to call her a bitch and then destroy her business, right? One of our favorite friends was telling us that they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked them about having a music video to go with it. The song this friend was making with Cinder at the time was planned to have a music video, but they weren't planning on having one for the song with Bao. They said Bao got upset with them, guilt-tripping them over their decision about their own content. This reinforces what I told Nano about Bao. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. You have one example. One example. Fuck this guy. The last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up getting sick and stayed behind. In the group chat, while they were figuring out where to eat, Bao said that she wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. That's a fucking joke, you jackass. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats she had just to spend time with her friends. Neither Cinder or I have access to this group chat anymore, because you used the contents to disparage her character when she was clearly fucking joking. At a party at TwitchCon was where we met Scaramore. Well, Sacramore, Bao's video editor. He came to me and said he'd love to work together and make a music video for me, which is why Red asked him to make a video for Boss Rush. This isn't true. This isn't true, because we can read this, actually. We can read this and see that Sacramore says that you absolutely mischaracterized his enthusiasm. Saying that he was chomping at the bit seems like you have a bad habit of doing that. Seems like Bao blew them off in the first night because Red was there. Exactly. Red made people uncomfortable, and consistently Cinder chose him over everyone else. And somehow they're not the bad people. First off, to address this, I asked Bao to go anonymous and in-house because I had been wanting to focus on my own projects for 2025, since I had spent pretty much all of 2023 and 2024 doing videos for others. And I was having a lot of people reach out, just wanted to be left alone. We love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Me and Cinder initially discussed working on a music video project at TwistCon. Everything was fine and friendly. However, the part that is stated practically jumped through hoops is, well, a bit of an overstatement to say the least, since they had asked me a significant amount of times trying to get me to work with them after I told them no multiple times, and I only said yes because they offered double pay. Again. And this is all about what an awful fucking work experience it was with Sacramore. Red reached out to Sac after TwitchCon about a music video project. I have no doubt you begged for that, which was the one for Boss Rush's song. They discussed it over the next week, and Sac couldn't fit into his schedule at the time. You asked for something last minute, in person, where he couldn't say no. You are both terrible about pressuring people into giving you what you want. Neither of these people knows how to take no for an answer. You wouldn't have to be available for an MV in a week or two, would you? Oh, I'm completely full every day this month, and the earliest would be November 9th. Just checking in with you. Thank you, no problem. I'm 100% down for one after that date, though. Sorry to bother you, but do you know when the exact release date, since I could try working something out if y'all want it? Around the 22nd-ish. Okay, it's all right with me if I'll let you know in 2 to 3 days. This month is dummy busy. These people need to learn how to talk professionally, just like a little bit when they're talking about business shit. I fucking beg of you. Have a clear tone switch between casual conversation and business conversation. Please. Please, 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 please. Don't talk to these people like you're your best fucking friends when you're talking about business. Okay? Okay? Just because you talk in casual style doesn't mean you're besties. Wanted to chat with Bobber. Okay. Hey, Red, thanks for waiting. So I've been trying to figure out if there was any feasible way I could slide. Yeah, he already said November 9th. He tried to make an exception for you. This one took 3 days. Okay, cool, just for a reference, but it depends on complexity and length. So optimal would be a little over 2 weekish for Rush, Boss Rush, because of the scope of the project. A week or 2. How would you feel about me giving you everything for the MV now, working on it in between your other projects? I really would love to squeeze y'all in. I would, but I genuinely don't have any free days until November 9th. You're missing out on a good one. Clearly not. Clearly not, because you saved the project for him. Japan trip. Here's 2 things that happened to our trip with Japan. Notice how they don't address the rest of the interaction with Sacramore. How they treated this poor man when he finally did agree to it. When he finally did have time. Missing out on a good one. Here at the end of October. November 9th is my last MV for POW until the first week of December, I think. When is Cinder's thing coming out now? When it's ready. Smile. Lamau. And they threw Sacramore under the bus for the video not being ready when he skipped a fucking holiday to get it done. He worked through Thanksgiving to finish it for them because they didn't give him everything they needed. End of November release? Yeah, that'd be impossible for me. Like I said, I'm still super down to do it, and what if we pay double? Fuck it, and I'll cook. I don't know what this says. You can send the invoice to blank whenever, and we'll get it paid ASAP. I'm also not sure why they're on about Bao not knowing about me working with them, because they were being paranoid freaks. 4K render. Also, the stream was pushed back for the reason the video wasn't done yet. Song was going up at 2 p.m. if I remember. However, this part really got under my skin due to the fact that it was just straight up not true. So again, you want me to give a fuck about this when you abused this poor man the one time that he worked you into his schedule. You were so fucking ungrateful. These people are monsters. How can you even claim any of this? Here's a bunch of hearsay again. This is irrelevant. You don't have any substantiation for this. No screenshots, no other testimonies, nothing. Not a single fucking thing. Here's 2 things that happened on our trip to Japan with our friends last year. Is this the same trip where you ditched? Yeah, ditched Numi? Was it Numi? Who was it? Numi? I think it was was it Tricky? Tricky? Numi? I think it was Tricky. Yeah, it was Tricky. They talked about it at the very beginning because Tricky doesn't actually get a section because Tricky doesn't fucking matter to her. Bao got mad at one of our friends for something that happened at a restaurant with a rude owner. She got pissed and yelled and belittled our friend when they did nothing wrong. I'm pretty sure they did, okay? You don't get to say they didn't do anything wrong when they were probably violating a pretty specific rule. They confided in Cinder tonight afterwards and were upset over it. So you're bringing it out here. You're bringing it out here to use against Bao. A private grievance. Again, a private grievance you're using to complain about someone. Why should I believe anything that you have to say? Everyone got together for what we called a Canadian Thanksgiving dinner since it was a few days earlier, and again, Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way, and then sometime later. Does he not fucking understand she has chronic illnesses? Bao is also chronically ill. If she doesn't show up, she's probably not feeling well enough to do so. This is incredibly uncharitable to her. You're asking me to forgive everything that you and Cinder did out of selfishness, and then telling me that I shouldn't give Bao a little leeway for missing something. A chronically ill woman who had to have fucking surgery for her endometriosis. You don't get to tell me how this woman is allowed to react. After TwitchCon in Japan, I was pretty convinced about how I thought Bao viewed and valued her friends outside of making content together. Zep, hey, thanks for the raid. Welcome back. It's still a load of bullshit. Oh my god, again, you're making huge assumptions. You don't even know this woman. You're a freak. I experienced these things in Japan and at TwitchCons too, and was put off by them in the moment. But so again, this is you. We've moved past the analyst section. Now we're on the Bao section, which is a lot of just copying, pasting. Zach Moore's Bosch Rust music video too. Again, they worked this man to the fucking bone. And he skipped Thanksgiving for them. Here it is. The screenshots from here. All the assets tonight, he says, but he doesn't do that. He doesn't send everything. But 24th is my goal. 24th, 25th would be perfect. He skipped Thanksgiving for these assholes. Since I have a Bao original song due on the 30th, you can send the invoice to blank whenever. We'll get it paid ASAP. All right, it's fine if... Is it fine if I do it after the video is done? Helps me stay motivated, Lamau. Sure, no problem. Here's the drive link to all the animated artwork. Okay, can I get a credits list? What I'm thinking, oh my god, oh my god. Nothing about the credits list yet. Here we go. Nothing about the art, though. Nothing about the art. Hey, Red, just checking in to see if I could get a giraffe mix of the song with Cinder, Tricky, and Vienna's vocals. So here we are. 3 days later, still no fucking song. Welcome in, readers. 5 hours of editing done. My brain is fried. Oh, you poor man. They pressure Sack to skip a holiday and then pressure Nano 2 days after a holiday. How are these people thinking they look good in this? That's my question. Why do you think you walk away looking good in this? You don't. You walk away looking like a freak. Like someone who doesn't know how to manage a project. You absolutely needed a fucking project manager, Red. You should have taken that guy up on his exclusivity offer. God. Waiting to see if there'll be any edits. I have an idea of most of the rest of the work. Layer 1, layer 2, level 3, okay. I'm talking about the concept. Let's see. I'm pretty sure he didn't provide necessary materials up until like the night before. I'll have more music for you soon. This fucking project is due in 3 days. Hey, Zach, there's going to be merch dropping with this. I wanted to ask if you could put a 10-second ad image at the end of the NV. This is stuff that you needed to ask about at the beginning. Red and Nerd with different. I'm going to be delayed as there is a semi-unexpected family member passing 2 days ago. And I'm going to be going home for 2 days to be with the family. Do you think by the end of the 28th is possible? God. They tormented this man. Red needs to give up his position. Too emotional to be a manager. Accurate. Not sure. Oh my god. No worries, brother. Can you send me the PNG files for the merch? The instrumental for the ending. Still waiting on the PNGs. What the fuck? You don't have the shit that's needed? I think this is the final mix. Waiting on a full consensus. My fucking god. Can confirm this is the final version. Merch renders. This logo is so ass, by the way. I'm sorry. This logo is high-key ass. And all it does is center Cinder. This is so ass. I don't have the Gamer Subs logo. Available until 12/12. Okay, thanks. Happy Thanksgiving, Zach. Thanks for grinding. Oh my fucking god. You had this man as soon as they were given to me. You should have had them earlier. You should have had them earlier. There's no excuse for you treating him like this. Does that say 40 hours? Yes. Oh my fucking god, dude. MVs are very PC heavy. Get a new one. Or y'all hate. May sign you up again. See what happens. Again, holding this shit over his fucking head. I'll probably replace the BG with a blurred video. Whatever. This is all nonsense. It will be done on time. 11 a.m. tomorrow. Vienna's part was only 63 and a half hours left. Has only 63 and a half hours left. No, Tricky's took literally an hour and Vienna will be less. What did you do to Cinder's part then? Jesus. It's something with my PC. Like, Cinder's is the most complex by a lot. But no shot it takes that long. Gotta fund that new PC. Oh my god. I admire your endurance, girl. 14 hours of reading. What does it say? This is just chat. They're just reading. That's what I was saying, Nitro. Listen, there are gonna be a bunch of people who bitch and moan about the TLDRs. I'm reading this word for fucking word, and I'm telling you, all it's doing is making them look crazy. They sound delusional and paranoid. And it seems like Red made a lot of people uncomfortable. Can't handle my envies after Bao's music video. Home training arc. The day of fucking Thanksgiving, dude. 10:21 a.m. He sends the new 4K render. He did it. Everyone loves it. If there's any time to make edits to it, oh my fucking god. You want all of this shit done. Also, do you have a trailer? It's okay if you fell asleep. Lol. We'll ball with what we got. I can change a few things, probably. It's not a VTuber project, Curse. You fucked this guy over by not having your materials ready in time. You are disorganized and unqualified. How can you even think to keep this man as a manager? He's clearly incapable of doing this fucking job, incapable of keeping his head on straight, incapable of keeping a level head about anything. As a video editor, I'm finally understanding the part of the drama, and I'm livid. Exactly. He's asking for significant changes. Look at these fucking timestamps, dude. This is such bullshit. The last two bullets are the most important. God. I probably can't change much on Vienna's, TBH, but I'll do what I can with all the notes. This Red, you're an asshole. The VTuber project curse? No, you did this on a fucking whim. Okay? This is a bunch of nonsense. This could have fucking waited. You could have waited until you had all the stuff and then asked him about shit. But no, you chose to work this man to the bone and make him skip Thanksgiving. Everything considered, it went smooth. No, it didn't. Red didn't have half the fucking materials you needed. Thank you, crunch time is real. Can send the invoice whenever you like. You should pay him triple for the shit you put him through. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn, they ate. Okay, so this is just you showing. Told Cinder she shouldn't like it. I was persistent about it, so she listened to me. Cinder is doing a very good job of throwing her boyfriendager under the bus. You know, the man that she was directly responsible for as her employee. You're still not exonerated, girlie. I see you hiding behind this man, and it's cowardly. You knew how he was acting. Sometime in between these dates, Bao started a group chat with both Red and I. We were both removed from this group, so we don't have access to what was said. As far as we remember, she wanted to do something together. So why the fuck are you bringing it up if you don't have the fucking receipts? She's uncomfortable with Red. I brushed her off. Your supposed friend. God, fuck this man. Fuck these idiots. 11 days after, this section is very... They copy-pasted a gigantic chunk from Nanolys's section. I have a feeling they're going to do that again for other people. But again, you're blaming Bao for your own delusional behavior. Bao never said or did anything against you. In fact, she went out of her way. Thought you were down to do more. He wants to work on his own shit. You blamed it all on Bao? Oh my god. Messaging going back and forth. We've already seen all of this. By the end of her, suspicious of his reasoning, you were paranoid and delusional. Feeling less and less like a joke as the time goes on. Listen, if I do a 24-hour stream, y'all better fucking share the VOD. Please. ASMR. VTuber loses her mind over the course of 24 hours. Right after reading this, Red messaged her video editor about music video editors. What happened with Zach? Okay. I don't know any personally. Oh, what happened? Nothing. We can still contact him. Only going with Bao going forward. Boss Rush did crazy numbers, and we want to keep high expectations for the next one. So, you talking to this person with Red in the chat about a project is fine, but Bao making a chat to ask about something isn't okay. All right, I see the double standard there. They really fucking hate this woman. Our video editor gave us the same reasoning for Sack's decision as he did. I should have taken his fact back then, because you're paranoid and delusional. You're paranoid and delusional that you didn't. Still thought something else must have happened. Paranoid and delusional. Going exclusive with Bao because of his content goals. Confirmation bias. Yeah, you need to live, love, learn this, buddy. You have a huge issue with confirmation bias. I had confirmation bias. No, it's not I had. You are engaging in. Confirmation bias is an activity. It's something that you actively do. Clearly, you have a bias against Bao. And so now you're looking for patterns. No wonder she was so fucking uncomfortable with you. Another thing I had that hasn't been mentioned up to this point is what Bao thought of her own music for the last year. This isn't fucking relevant. This isn't relevant. When I told Nano that Bao's song flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them. No, you were taking a dig at Bao. You can say whatever you liked. Whatever you like. You were taking a dig at her. We were banned from Bao's Discord server, so I don't have any evidence to show this happening. Yeah, because you backstabbed and betrayed her over your own paranoid delusions. Bao's TMJ she talked about had nothing to do with anything I said to Nano and wasn't something I even considered. Of course, because you didn't fucking care. Again, I'm gonna say this. Bao is chronically ill. Her not being present in things is not a personal slight to you. It's her being fucking sick. Reminder, this is all leading up to a major surgery that she has in April of 2025. Another similar instance I remember happening in Bao's server was on Cinder's birthday. Again, you don't have any substance for this, so I'm not gonna fucking read it. One thing I found out while putting this document together was this tweet from Bao earlier in the year, which indirectly supports the above. No, it doesn't. You don't have any substantiated evidence. If you don't have anything, don't fucking talk about it. You should get some rest between, since you've been up for over 24 hours. Listen, I'm a psycho, baby. I'm gonna keep going. I can't let these people get away with this bullshit. I'm sorry. This has just been 14 hours of them being lying manipulators. This is Bao's work-life balance thing, where they highlight key points to support, again, this is confirmation bias. Jaw pain, debilitating TMJ pain. They both knew this. With everything, this was not something I had considered. Again, you gave her no grace for the immense amount of pain that she was in. You did consider this. Or rather, you were inconsiderate of her. This is an admission of guilt. Boss Rich, who is upset with her own music video numbers. Again, none of this is thought Bao could be. This is just disparaging Bao's character. This is just this is I feel statements about Bao. This is all I feel statements. I feel statements. Oh my fucking God. I'm also not sure what they're on about with Bao not knowing about me working with them. Since I asked about Bao with Cinder and Red standing right next to me at TwitchCon if it was fine. These two are pathological liars. Again, he's apologizing to the audience and not to the person that he actually wronged. Argument with Red. Great. Red came up with this theory about Bao and brought it to me. This was a verbal conversation, so I have no evidence of it, only the events around it. I didn't believe Bao would pressure her editor to hurt us. You know, Cinder, I'm willing to believe you a little bit because it seems like your boyfriend has a paranoid delusion problem. Red was persistent with his and went through his evidence over and over until I got mad too. Again, working her into a fucking frenzy, the same exact way he did to Nanolis when he talked about Silver and Bao. And then again, when talking about who was the third person he talked mad shit about, there was another person. Was it mainly Silver and Bao? It was. But there was another person. Talked mad shit about these people. Red whips people into a fucking frenzy. Tries to. I feel like Sack should get his own section. He's not going to. He's not going to. They don't give a fuck about that man. Christmas collab. I didn't want to hear it. Got upset and went under. I got mad too. Caved on the YouTube comment and understood what he was saying to me. Didn't agree to his conclusion. Okay, you're a grown fucking woman. He knew one of my friends had purposely done this to me. He was being paranoid. You didn't say anything to Bao. You didn't ask her what he had done. If he had done anything. If he had said anything. Clearly, he had a fucking problem with her. This is not something you leave unaddressed with the woman that he is barking after. I didn't want to hear it. Got upset. Red wanted me to cancel it last minute because she was involved. Great. This fucking dickwad. Girl, break up with him. My God. Oh my God. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. I'm not even halfway through, and I'm telling you, it's not looking good. The lazy recolor of her ugly model. Neither of us ever talked to Bao about any of this. You should have. You should have talked to her. I wasn't convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking to Bao about these things and clearing things up and letting it spiral to the point. Yes, it is your fault. It is your fault that you did not put a leash and muzzle on your fucking dog. At this point, you should just send the mutt back to the pound, Cinder. He's ruining your fucking life. Regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, I was still friendly with her. A couple of times I talked to her afterwards. She was still Cinder's friend. I highly doubt you were friendly to her. Last time I spoke to her was at the end of the year when her and her friends were dealing with something else going on. Getting even with Bao wasn't something I ever thought about doing until the opportunity came up when... So you did think about it. You did think about it. It was on your mind specifically. I was at my friend's collab the next day with Bao. Bao messaged me afterwards apologizing for something that happened on stream. I didn't see her message right away because of everything and I had going on that weekend. I replied after the VTA pre-show was over. I thought about saying something to Bao about what Red told me, and I didn't. Oh my God. I wanted to start I didn't want to start anything over what I believed to be nothing in the first place. Okay, well, your boyfriend was clearly not of that same opinion. If any of this is to be believed, which again, I don't believe you, you're staying with the man who ruined your fucking career. So clearly you value his dick more than you value your friends. Again, this man ruined your career, and you're staying with him. And I'm supposed to feel bad for you? What the fuck ever, girl. None of this is relevant. This is supposed to be, they lied. No, they didn't lie. This is you admitting. This is you admitting that you did something wrong and that you were a paranoid, delusional freak about it. Nano's exclusivity deal. I'm so sorry, but you were still being a paranoid freak about this. Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. Again, this does not fucking matter. You're not proving to me that you didn't do this. Another copy pasta from the Nano list section to waste more of my fucking time. We've already seen all of this. Being a bad friend, compromising with Red. You don't compromise with your boyfriend when he's being a delusional freak. You don't compromise on that. Dealing with girly pops sometimes when our schedules clash, etc. Oh my god. You don't have to be sorry at all. You didn't put a leash on your dog and now it's everybody else's problem. Great. I'm not feeling bad for you. It's your job as the owner to keep your dog leashed. Jesus Christ. None of this means anything to me. This is all pleads to emotion. Wow. This is all pleads to emotion. We're talking about irrelevant boss rush shit that Bao was not involved in. Yuzu, somebody was not involved in any of this. My friends are busy. They do not hate me. My friends are busy. They do not hate me. With how much I was playing it. Yeah. This was the same time that you were believing that your boyfriend's delusions were correct and you didn't say anything to her. So no, Bao was not doing anything wrong. We still did things together as a big group, even though I chose to turn down the group song, and Numi never seemed to have a problem with the few of us doing things separately. Okay, we're not talking about Numi right now, are we? But I understand how Bao must have felt. She has been constantly backstabbed and betrayed. And you think that for a real punch, you're gonna let your boyfriend poison you against one of your closest friends? All because of his own paranoid delusions. Break up with that man immediately. I was neglectful of Bao and my friendship with her. This is not, you can't atone for this, Red. You don't atone for this. 6 minutes after Nano posted hers, because they were confiding, you left Bao alone over Red's suspicions. I stayed quiet and gave in to Red, hoping he would move on, but he didn't, did he? And it led to this. Your idiot boyfriend manipulated you. That's what you want us to believe, right? You refuse to handle any of your own business interactions. I don't know why. Why you didn't choose to get an actual fucking manager is beyond me. Look at your former close friend, Buff Pup. Buff Pup has a live-in partner. Everyone knows that they live-in partner is their live-in partner. That live-in partner is not Buff Pup's fucking manager. Even Nano recognized how that is not a smart decision by getting a manager that wasn't her husband. How are you not smart enough to draw that fucking conclusion? Again, I love when friends have healthy communication. I didn't have healthy communication with my friends. Yeah, you didn't. You let your boyfriend say nasty shit about all of your friends behind their backs. And you probably participated in it. I'm not even going to lie to you. Oh, this is going to be her obfuscating and trying to muddy the waters about her prioritizing her own launch. You have a manager who didn't schedule things correctly. So again, we're seeing how Red actively sabotaged this woman's career, apparently. Allegedly, even though she's a grown woman who has the ability to say no, which is what they said about Nano. If Nano has the ability to say no to Red's demands, then so do you as her fucking girlfriend. Sorry. I've been awake for a while. You had the ability to say no. She had the ability to say no. No grace, no forgiveness. All of this is nonsense. Yumi messaged Red about her show, saying I agreed to it. Us being, okay, well, clearly not adamant enough. When Red asked me about this, I was confused. I don't remember. Oh, by the way, this is literally you saying this. 11/25, 2020, 11/26, 2024. I'd love to. Where is it? La Poisse Rouge, I think. I think that's the name. I have a few things that's agreeing to that. She'd be down to perform with me. You clearly agreed to something. This doesn't change that you failed your friend. So you scheduled things poorly and it's somehow not your fault. You backstabbed your friends and it's somehow not your fault. Red messaging Yumi about the hotel so he could start planning our trip to her concert. I suggested the day after release on Saturday. Replied the next day, at the same time as V-Card's release date was delayed to the 31st. Again, you had the ability to say no, but you prioritized yourself and your ambitions. And then you used Shy Lily as a fucking scapegoat for why you failed your friend. This is just her throwing Shy Lily under the bus. Throwing her under the fucking bus. However, Red said it was only about performing on stage, when it was specifically about singing with a live mic, because Cinder cannot fucking sing. She's right to be nervous. Performing is very difficult and nerve-wracking. And saying that Lily and Nano planned her downfall, bitch, it seems like your fucking boyfriend planned your downfall. What's the common thread through all of these discussions? Her boyfriend. Your boyfriend is the common denominator in all of these situations, but somehow these people lied to us. You are a fucking liar, dude. Jesus Christ. Doing this at a time when people are probably too busy to respond to you is really fucking cruel. Again, no response from any of the bigwigs because they're all doing shit right now because they actually have jobs and she doesn't. Okay, lying about why they didn't want to do it. Leading Numi on. Again. Flying. Pressuring y'all. Well, Red would know about pressuring people into things, wouldn't he? Is this color okay? Perfect. I'm gonna cry. I was talking to Numi about matching shirts. I suggested we could wear them together when I saw her in NYC because I was still planning to be there. You abandoned your friend for a V-Card collab. Why I chose not to perform. Aww. That's so funny. It doesn't matter why you didn't want to perform. You still didn't go to the fucking concert. Okay. I didn't really want to make a public appearance on stage without being in cosplay. She wanted to be able to wear a mask and hide that she can't sing. She wanted that mega push-up bra she got. That is a crazy push-up bra, by the way. Her Cinder cosplay? Crazy push-up bra. That push-up bra is putting in overtime. I need to know what brand that is, girl. Because that thing is doing all the lifting and lifting and connecting. It's making you look like you have boobs when you probably have just like normal size boobs. You could probably got like a little something, but you put that bra on, they become Bahuza Longa Gongzongas. That is a fucking push-up bra. A real good one. I need to know. Drop the name. Drop the brand name, girl, because that's witchcraft. What I saw bouncing around on that stage, witchcraft. Witch! I didn't really want to make a public appearance without being in cosplay. Nobody was asking you to do that. They were asking you to wear a t-shirt. Oh my god. But it didn't fix my problem with singing live. All this, you could have gotten singing lessons and you didn't? You didn't? You could have just done it anyway to support your friend? Yeah, I'll take a moment to acknowledge the girls. Not her, but her girls. Okay. Worried about people following you in costume after we left. There are changing rooms for a fucking reason. But she didn't want to have to change. This is all really paranoid stuff, girl. This is all paranoid. Form with me. We have a set list. Red told me that Numi reassured him that I shouldn't... Oh my god. And it'd be okay with her if I pulled out. I kept putting off making the decision because of my anxiety. Okay, it would have been okay for you to pull out ahead of time, not a couple of days before the event. Gamersup's V-Card and my collab with Shy Lily had nothing to do with my decision to not perform. Yes, the fuck it did. Yes, it did. It was not scheduled at this time. You just told us that it was pushed back to the 31st. And hold on. 1/18/25. 8 days later. That's not too long for you to have gone back and apologized. So, fuck out of here with that nonsense bullshit. God, oh my god. Part owner announcement on Twitter on the 16th of 2025. Wow, you got that this year and you lost it this year. Offered this position in November of 2024. Yeah, because you really backstabbed your way into success doing that. Sabotaging Silver's releases as much as you could. Abusing Nano's artwork. This is so disgusting. This is just sad. What a pathetic pair of people. In her song production server, Numi told us how her shows will affect her schedule around the song she was making for me. The conversation for this message was the last one in chat before the concert. Again. When did you tell her you weren't going to be coming? You still haven't told her yet that you're not coming. And it's like a week before the concert. 4 days later, I checked in with Shy Lily about our V-Card collab so we can plan a time. First asked to plan it the day after release, on Saturday, just like the original plan. I asked Shy Lily, go for however long you want. Okay, this is so fucking stupid. If Shy Lily switched up her behavior towards you, it's because you used her as an excuse for you to not go support your friend. You could have asked for the collab to be a different day, and you chose not to. You chose not to. Okay, the next day I told Red about the time of the collab to put in my schedule, but he told me that was the night of Numi's concert. All I've been thinking about was V-Card's launch at the end of the week. Oh my god. You are an incredibly bad friend. You've been talking about this fucking concert for about a month at this point, and now, just days before the event, you happen to schedule something over top of Numi's concert. If you you know what? Let's say I believe you that you forgot about the concert. You are a terrible person. Terrible. Terrible friend. And I made a mistake. I felt obligated to be around for Gamersup's, but I didn't want to cancel on Numi or Shy Lily. Oh my fucking god. Ugh. You should have gone to NYC and rescheduled the fucking collab. You could have done that. You chose not to. This is your fault. Again, admitting it is your fault that you did this. You had access to your fucking calendar, girl. Why are we meant to believe that you're not a fully functional adult who can review their own calendar for their own appointments? Why do you want us to believe that? And at the same time, believe that you're such a smart, business-oriented person. I can't. I'm sorry. You're a dumbass, and your boyfriend is a dumbass. You're a neglectful weirdo to your friends, and he's an asshole. You go really well together for some reason. Maybe because you both like to be alone. Alone with each other, wallowing in your own weird stew. They really do deserve each other, you know? The collab with Shy Lily could have been rescheduled. Not could have, should have. Should have been rescheduled. There was no obligation for either of us to do it that day. So you saying that you felt obligated to gamer subs? Doesn't fucking matter, because this date was flexible. And you chose to abandon your friend who had an inflexible date. The only thing stopping me from rescheduling her was the importance I put on being present for V-Card's launch weekend and the pressure I put on myself. You are a bad friend. Red telling Numi. Oh my god. This isn't the same. This isn't the same as Red was... Numi was just being Numi, and it really did mean a lot to her that we'd be there. You were supposedly her friend. You should have known that. You're such an asshole, Cinder. You're such an asshole. Earlier she said not because of V-Card, but now she says otherwise. Exactly, it is because of V-Card. Another fucking contradiction. Another contradiction. You just opened this fucking section by saying that V-Card did not affect your decision to not go to Numi's concert. And then you say here that you wanted to do it because of the pressure you put on yourself in your new position. So it was because of V-Card on a completely flexible stream schedule. You go back to this DM from the 10th, and again, the day after, instead of saying, oh my god, I hope your concert went well yesterday. I saw the pictures and it looked like it was bumping. Oh my god, you're such an asshole. I meant to message you sooner, but I didn't want to bum you out before your show. You know what's worse than finding out that your friend's not gonna go before your show? Expecting to see her face in the crowd and her not fucking being there. Release date to get pushed back to your concert date. Again, she's blaming Shy Lily. You said that the date was flexible, that the stream was flexible, and you're lying here. You're lying here. Neither you nor Shy Lily were obligated to stream at the time that you did. You chose your job and your career over your friend. We're taking a late train to NYC and we'll be able to get to the venue right before the show starts, but I need to know when we should leave Sunday and if you booked anything so I can book a room. You should have messaged her before, and then they didn't talk to her again until February 3rd. These people are bad friends. Bad friends. I asked Shy Lily if we could start our collab an hour earlier to have more time to stream together before I had to take the train. I didn't tell Shy Lily about the concert. I just wanted everything to work out. If you wanted everything to work the fuck out, you would have pushed this fucking stream back another day. You wouldn't have asked, let's start an hour earlier. No, let's do this tomorrow. Let's do this a different day because I need to be there for my friend. You're an asshole, Cinder. You're an asshole. I feel like I've been a letdown to a lot of friends lately. Yeah, you have been. You've been a pretty shit person. Clearly, you don't feel any. Again, she keeps telling us about how she could have done very doable things to do things for her friends. For example, the Tokyo trip. Tricky. She and Red abandoned Tricky at the hotel because Tricky was taking too long to wake up. It is no more than a 2-hour trip to the Godzilla store. It would not have taken that long to go up to Tricky's room, wake her up, and wait for her to get ready. You are being selfish. And here again, you're being selfish. You don't care about your fucking friends, Cinder. You clearly do not care about these people. You're constantly forgetting them. So clearly you don't care. I have a really bad problem with memory. I have extreme ADHD. Attention deficit disorder type ADHD. There's two different things. There's ADD and ADHD. They come from the same assessment. Attention deficit disorder is the calm ADHD, the quiet. It's the inside the head ADHD. The hyperactive disorder is the running around. I forget shit all the fucking time. I would not forget my friends' concerts. I haven't forgotten my friends' events in the past. My friends have done art shows, and I had other stuff going on, but I still fucking went because they mean more to me than any of that. She does not treasure these friendships. If she did, it would have been at the forefront of her fucking mind that Numi was having a concert and that she needed to fucking be there. You're a bad person, Cinder. This is just bad. Numi responded to me, told me how she felt, and I apologized to her. I've never been able to open up about my feelings, anxiety, self-esteem, or insecurities, and I never even tried to go to Numi and talk about things sooner. You are a bad friend. Again, remember, her title for this was They Lied. Hey, Cinder, I wanted to apologize for my late reply. I'd appreciate you coming to take the time, trying to make the time to see the concert. I understand you've been working hard and wanted to focus on your business, so I would never hold it against you if you felt obligated to be there for V-Card. What did disappoint me, though, was when I asked you about the concert months ago. You said yes and kept reassuring your commitment to the concert until last week. I understand every single anxiety and fear that comes with performing and going out of your comfort zone as well. So I completely felt your reasoning and would never want to put you in a situation where you felt uncomfortable. What made me sad was that I had to hear it from Red and not from you. While you were texting me, being excited for all the concerts and all collabs. Even when checking my messages when I got home yesterday, Red was the one telling me about you feeling guilty, whereas you were telling me you felt obligated to be around for the launching of Gamersubs. The messages between you were completely different, and ultimately I felt as though I was being treated like a business partner rather than a best friend. And you were right for that. You were right for that, because Cinder absolutely views you that way. Oh my god. You have a really twisted view of friendship, Cinder. This is really disrespectful. Just a nasty person. I don't care about you. Again, this is her prioritizing a flexible card. Remember, this whole thing is about how it's okay for her to have abandoned her friend because she's a partial owner of Gamersubs now and she needs to be there. You chose to make the date of the collab on the same day as your friend's concert. A completely flexible date that you could have changed at any time. Would you? She said that her collab with Shy Lily wasn't scheduled at this point. Clearly, she's fucking lying. You're such a bad person, Cinder. A lie by omission is still a fucking lie. All I really wanted in all of this was to hear how you felt. Oh, great, we don't get to see the rest of this message. Do we? Oh, yay. Oh, yay, good, we need to. We need to see what Numi said to you. I didn't tell her about my collab with Shy Lily until now because that wasn't the main reason behind the decision I made. Okay, well now it looks like you're throwing Shy Lily under the bus. You fucking bitch. And again, she's leaving out the important fact that the date for the V-Card collab stream was flexible. It did not have to be the same day as Numi's concert. So if Shy Lily switches up on you because Numi tells her that you told a blatant fucking lie by omission, that you didn't tell her the date was flexible, all of this going back and redacting shit. My intention was not to somehow avoid blame and pin everything on Shy Lily to save my ass, as she put it. You did, though. You did do that. It doesn't matter what your intention was. Your impact was very fucking clear. Intention does not matter when you already know the impact. You betrayed these people. They don't have to forgive you or want to talk to you ever again. And in fact, they'd be really fucking stupid to stay with you again, to be around you at all. Okay, let's keep going. Live up to Shy Lily as for gaming stops was not me blaming Shy Lily either. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're projecting. Oh my god. I was given so many different reasons, and when you brought up feeling obligated to be for the VCon thing, you didn't acknowledge anything prior to that. I was the first I heard from you. It was the first I heard from you regarding the concert, and hearing you connect the reason to business, I felt like I meant less to you. You don't mean anything to her. She could have rescheduled that, and she didn't, and she's leaving that out of this to make herself look better. As disappointed as I was, I truly just wanted to hear from you. Red is a nice friend to me, and I understand that for a lot of business things, it's better to go through him. But this was just something very deep and personal to me that you committed to when I asked you in person. So it meant a lot more to hear from you in that respect. Again, Cinder keeps hiding behind her asshole boyfriend, and it's really not doing her any fucking favors. I hope from this you can understand that I'm here for you too. This is a heartfelt thing. Why did you release this? Did Numi release this? No. No, Numi didn't release this. You collected all these screenshots to try and frame these people as liars. And again, you are lying by omission by not telling her that the launch date was the collab stream was a flexible date. You're not telling her that. You're just saying, oh, Shy Lily. And somehow Red is somewhat okay for this section. Exactly. Exactly. God. Working with gamer subs. I've had over our friendship. She doesn't care about you. Would you rather me not come to the concert? Is that your takeaway from this? You read all of this and you said, oh, I don't want you to be there. And she said, oh, you don't want me to be there? You're such a bitch, dude. I don't want to make you uncomfortable for your show. Dude, you're such an asshole. Please don't cry, Cinder. We all make mistakes. This isn't a mistake. This is not a mistake. She chose to keep the date of the collab despite knowing that it contradicted her schedule. An obligation that she already had months prior. You're a bad friend, Cinder. A very bad friend. To have forgotten something this important that you continuously reminded Numi about, continuously reaffirmed to her. This is the conversation I had with Shy Lily on the day of our collab and the concert. The first message from me was about a mistake that I had to explain in Shy Lily's section of this document. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. This was a flexible fucking collab. You went for 2 hours. This is just about them opening card boxes. Heads up that I'll actually have to end around 1:30 p.m. I have an hour and a half if that's okay. Oh my god. Just reschedule the whole fucking collab, bitch. Just reschedule the whole fucking collab. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. You are so nasty. Red and I made it to the concert on time, and I was part of the off collab Numi did in the hotel room the following day. And then Numi finds out that you lied about the date. You lied by omission. You didn't tell her that the date was flexible. So, yeah, it looks like you're pinning it all on Shy Lily. Doesn't matter what your intention was, your impact was really fucking clear. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. I remember this. This was a fucking banger. Cause the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but your very own messages while having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spend, makes me want to vomit. See, when Shy Lily pops off like this, I don't think she's lying. I think she's definitely reacting with strong emotion, but I don't think she's lying. I have experienced your own actions without Red in a situation wherein your own screenshotted words you express a pressure to live up to what Shy Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning, just because you consistently chose business over friends. This is true. This is all very succinct. Shy Lily was a friend, but I've never been close to her. Oh my fucking god, dude. I wanted to get to know her better because of how close she was to my other friends. She was always someone I've looked up to. This is very similar to the Silvervale thing. She really wanted to be in that inner circle. And when she got the opportunity, she fucking held on for dear life. So here it is. Oh my god, you're such a spiteful bitch. Messaging back and forth every now and then. Same stuff again and again. Same bullshit. Same fucking bullshit. V-card launch information. Again, you've already admitted to us that the V-card stream was a flexible date that you did not have to do on the day that you did it. This is unnecessary information. Yeah. Jesus Christ, dude. This is all irrelevant. This is you being a bad friend, I would say. In another conversation with GamerSubs a week later. This is unnecessary. Fully redacted, by the way. Fully redacted. Oh my god. Yeah, so she's not saying anything of substance here, is she? She's just deflecting. Remember how she said she wasn't going to blame Shy Lily for everything? Here's her blaming Shy Lily for everything. Here's the I blame Shy Lily for everything section. Here's the I blame Shy Lily for living in her shadow section. The second collab never happened, but was planned in a group chat. Shy Lily was added to the chat, but apparently couldn't make it shortly after. Okay, so? She couldn't do it. She didn't want to do it. This was after, by the way, she lied about the date not being optional. Can't believe she took 5 months to write this garbage. Exactly. From then, these are the rest of my DMs with Shy Lily. Again, you're releasing all these private conversations that just make you look worse. She's been fucking busy, dude. She's partial owner. She's more involved with the company than you are. She's not obligated to answer your every fucking message, every beck and call. What a nasty person. What a selfish person. They, tabletop sim version of V-card. She didn't answer. Shy Lily greeted raiders and didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. She doesn't have to. She was in the middle of something. I didn't see it when it happened. But if you were to watch for another 5 minutes after she basically moved on with her stream, you see that she did. So she did thank you for the raid. She did thank you for the raid. She did thank you for the raid. She was in the middle of talking about something, and she was just starting the stream. So she did thank you for the raid. So you're lying here. Didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. Yes, she did. You just were being an impatient bitch. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and thanked me then? You're such a whiny fucking baby, dude. Nano's document had a link to the exact timestamp this raid happened in Shy Lily's defense. Exactly. Exactly. Because you pissant thing about not getting it at the time that you wanted, this doesn't make Shy Lily look like a bad person. This makes you look like a petty child. Which is exactly what I've gotten from this whole document. Cinder and Red are both incredibly petty, selfish people. They don't care about anybody else. They only care about their own projects and have their blinders on 24/7, including to what the other partner is going through. A week later, I still hadn't heard from Shy Lily. I messaged her again about playing a different game together. Hey, maybe just put the fucking book down at this point, Cinder. I raided Shy Lily again, begging for attention. Begging for fucking attention. Shy Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do, or any streamer to do. She's not obligated. She was starting her stream. She said hi to my raiders and didn't thank them. She said hi to my raiders. Saying hi is, she's like tone policing this person. Why is she saying this like she's forced to raid Shy Lily? Exactly. She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shy Lily had an off-putting reaction. Okay, you are thinking about this way too fucking much, and it's because of Red. I know it's because of your fuck-ass boyfriend. Oh my god, I decided to DM her again to bump what I sent her before. I was convinced I had done something wrong. Yeah, you're paranoia. You're fucking paranoid. Rated Silver multiple times, and she's the multiple times? Multiple times? You're showing us 2 instances, one of which she did thank you for, just not in a timely manner the way you wanted her to. She said hi to your raiders and she read one of your messages. So again, you just not getting the jump for joy reaction you wanted from her is not her being a bad person. You're not a fucking victim, Cinder. You're just a paranoid loser. I wasn't expecting an over-the-top reaction from Shy Lily just because I raided. Yes, you were. You were expecting her to thank you immediately. Just a hello and a thanks for the raid, which she did do. She said hello. She read your comment. That is thanks enough. This woman is an asshole. Continually ghosted my message and got a model from Nano at a suspicious time, among other things, which will all be shown in her section. Again, you're acting like she's coordinating this against you. Like Shy Lily didn't help make you a partial owner. She also would know better how much messages there is. Only to know, yeah, she would know. She would fucking know. This is so stupid. And she's the only one, Silver won't say her name. Okay. Why are you wow, it's been a while. Why are you mentioning Silver here when we're talking about Shy Lily? We're talking about Silver. Why is this screenshot here when we're talking about Shy Lily? Seems like you have a bad habit of expecting things from people that you aren't actually that close to. I wouldn't have thought the individual things I experienced they weren't all happening over the same few weeks. Oh my god, you're such a paranoid loser. More copy pasta from Nanolys's section. More copy pasta from Nanolys's section. More copy pasta from Nanolys's section. Okay, finally. God. Still hadn't heard from Shy Lily, so I tried messaging Bosca about my previous DMs to her. Hey Bosca, hope you've been well. Could you bump Lily for me? I will continue the convo for planning things in the group chat. As a side note, Lily rarely uses Discord, only really uses it for business meetings and stuff. Kind of frequently a month or two ago, that was when you were coordinating for the V card thing. That was about business. You're not besties. Which was weird until these past few weeks. Because it's a business, Cinder. You were talking to her about a business thing. Don't act gooped and gagged and brand new. The message is, she's trying to paint Shy Lily as having a conspiracy against her. When... Never responded, even after praising me in the past for having the balls to reach out to her. Okay, well, just because she didn't answer your message doesn't mean she's a bad person. You and Red both have a very nasty habit of being incredibly pushy. What is this supposed to be? 256 pages. Also, planned the original documents about me to decide to cancel me. Oh my fucking god. Shy Lily lied to Nanolis about her actions towards me, telling Nanolis she was being manipulated when she wasn't. No, you absolutely manipulated her. Again, she doesn't have any... This is speculation. This is where the speculation comes in. We're not reading this section. I'm not giving you the fucking airtime for this, girl. You've already proven to us that you're being a paranoid freak about this. A group of people got together, compared DMs, and realized that you were being a fucking awful person to all of them. Here we go. Here's some actual content. Did Shy Lily write Nano's document? Shy Lily was... Okay, she says that she wrote Nano's document. No, it was probably Akira. If it was anyone other than Nano, it was Akira. This is another pity me party in the middle, so you forget everything that just happened. Breaking down Bao's document. Bao was not in a sound state of mind after her surgery. You're a freak for that. You're a freak for that. Just like Nano's document, there was an assumption that they corroborated with each other. Bao refers to Red's action as both... Yes! Because you were a fucking couple! And they all knew. They all knew that you lived together, that you were in a long-term relationship. You set up this entire thing, and now you're begging me to believe that it wasn't your fault. That it wasn't you and your boyfriend being assholes. I'm not reading any of this shit. I'm not reading this section. This is not any credible... This is her wildly going full schizo mode. Full schizo mode. This was a witch hunt, and everyone involved just wanted to move on as soon as I was gone. You didn't take accountability. You're still not taking accountability now. You're playing the fucking victim. You're not the victim. Silvervale and I have never been friends. There were 3 reasons... Okay, well, you definitely overstepped your fucking boundaries. A lot. I don't care about any of this. I don't care about what you said about Silvervale. Wanted her community to be fully informed. My full experience with and around Silvervale. Okay, so this is going to be a lot of speculation and hearsay again. Accusations of copying Silvervale. I don't care. Does she not know that these things can be changed? These things can be faked? They probably aren't. I believe you. This is about Tashi, though. This is about Tashi. It's about Tashi. VTuber was announced, and this was Silvervale's original design. Yeah, nothing fucking similar to your VTuber. You have a change of plans. Cherry Blossom is... You guys being paranoid fucking freaks. Silver is allowed to have a... This doesn't even look like Tashi. So you pivoting your plans is your own fucking fault, dude. You didn't have to do any of that. You didn't have to change any of this. Oh, she is not a good artist. Did you draw this, girl? Did you draw this? This is bad. Not what I would expect from an adult. Okay. More inspiration stuff. Cool. Why are you including so many people in here? These girls are drawn in. Finish Cinder reference sheet. Cool. You're not unique or quirky for having a goth girl. Slutty goth girl, of course. This isn't an original concept, even at the time that you came out with it. Referencing Silvervale. When my character design was finished, then I needed stream assets. My girlfriend and I are talking to a bunch of artists right now. Girlfriend? You're her manager. You said you wanted to keep your relationship a secret, and here he is, blabbing his fucking mouth about it in somebody's DMs. Fan art of Silvervale. Her drinking tea. This is... So she does actually have the draft sketches of those. Cool. You could have published these and it would have been fine. This is Fruit, by the way. Why did she blank out Fruit's name? Notice how she's only doing this with really big popular names. People who were already popular at the time. And you only have 2 of the sketches. You only have the bow and the fruit one. This is really pathetic, Cinder. You making unrequested ship art? Cindervale, anyone? Maybe these wolves will be part of the same pack someday. That's incredibly uncomfortable for you to say. Silver's mom had deleted her comment, unliked my tweet, and unretweeted it. Red's DMs with the artist. Not completely sure why you would ask me about it, but maybe because of the ship tag? Like, I would feel uncomfortable myself if some VTuber that I don't know at all would create a ship tag of me and them. You're so weird for this, dude. Your DMs to Silvervale. Hi, I've been really busy the past week, so I didn't have a chance to reach out, but I loved your art. I was just a bit concerned with the forced ship tag. You made her uncomfortable, and she didn't want to be your friend because of it. This is just you being a fucking creep to someone for 4 years. 4 years of you being an incessant creep to this woman, constantly trying to insert yourself into her life. God, this is pathetic. Demon design. Why the fuck do we need to hear about this with Silvervale? Hi, Nano. I just placed the skeb. I'm so excited for it. This is her original character, like her original request. The original outfit she got from Nanoless. This is after. This is after Silver had work from Nano. So again, all we're seeing is you chomping at somebody else's heels. Old body versus current body. Okay. Why did you redact Fruit's name? Why did you do that? We can clearly see her here. You're such an asshole, Cinder. Silver reveals her goddess design for the first time. Why do you act like she gave a fuck about anything you did or said when she very clearly had wanted nothing to do with you? Didn't talk to anyone about you, didn't seek out information about you, didn't want anything to do with you after the creepy fucking ship tag. That is a really bad first impression. That's so pretty. My demon design was started. Okay, this is irrelevant. I don't care. Your designs are not similar. Fine. I don't care. I do not care. I was harassed for allegedly copying everything about Silvervale. You did copy many aspects of her. She looked like Silver, sounded like Silver, acted like Silver. Again, you're not showing us any screenshots of other people tweeting about this. You could have substantiated this by showing us other people talking about it, because I'm sure the tweets still exist if that was actually happening. But you didn't do that, did you? You didn't do that. You didn't do it. Yeah, you didn't do it. You could have done that, but you didn't. So we're just supposed to take your word for it, huh? After you've lied and contradicted yourself for this entire thing so far. Okay. By Red's account, Silvervale was lurking in my chat sometime during my debut stream while he was modding. She was gifted a sub while there, but never said anything. She never followed me on. She doesn't owe you that. You creeped her the fuck out. Constantly comparing yourself to her. My new model is gorgeous. Yeah, she's allowed to do this. God forbid she'd. Oh my fucking God, dude. Oh my fucking God. Again. So, as I've said many times on stream, my Sakura's goddess model won't be done for an undetermined amount of time due to delay with my artist. Art looks pretty familiar. Great. She hates this woman, and at the same time was fucking begging her to be her friend. You are so resentful of Silver, and she sensed that about you, and you're pissed. You're pissed that she could sense that you're a fucking jackass who was just trying to clout chase her. Send me your plushie collections to review on stream. All of my plushies so far. Okay, she didn't respond. Who cares? She got a ton of fucking pictures. She's not obligated to look at yours. Oh my God, she reposted this fucking video again. This fucking fan art again. The fan art she posted that made her uncomfortable. Even though I debuted my model from Nano before Silver, I was still accused of copying her, and then I got a model from Nano because she did. It's fine. Why do you fucking care? It's not like she's the one accusing you of these things. Jesus fucking Christ. You're such a bitch, Cinder. So catty. You keep going after this woman. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You're so important. Wow. There wasn't a meme going around. Bouncing titties is always a meme. You're not special. Silver's meet and greet with Aru and Red. This was the first time I spoke with her directly since my DMs at the start of 2021. Canine collab between us and Silver. Did they know about this? Did she know about this picture? Here was Silver's reply to Aru's tweet. This was adorable. It was nice meeting you both, canine girls. God forbid she be polite in public. God for fucking bid. Then at TwitchCon in October. Hey, these are several months apart. Why do you still have a grudge against this woman? Two of them. Yeah, she kept pressuring Aru to talk about this fucking collab that Silver did not want to do. That would be a ton of fun. I've been really busy. Okay, her not saying no is not the same. Tweeted her own version of my meme. You're not the only bitch who bounces her fucking titties. You're not the only bitch who bounces her own titties, okay? You're not the only one. We have the same brain cell. You're such an asshole, girl. You're such a catty bitch. Why does it matter? Why do you care? You are the only one. She hasn't shown us a single fucking tweet from anyone other than herself and Red. No content from anyone other than them, backing this notion that people were accusing them of copying her. If that was true, you would have been able to find the fucking tweets. But you didn't bother to do that, did you? No, you didn't. A mutual friend introduced us directly on a Minecraft server. You badgered them about this, by the way. Constantly, Cinder was asking, begging to be introduced to Silver. You're a stalker, dude. You stalked this woman, and you fucking hated her. After becoming a VTuber myself, meeting her in person, and being introduced by a mutual friend, looking past the things she might have been doing towards me, she didn't do anything to you. She didn't do anything to you. She didn't owe you conversation. She wasn't your fucking friend. Wow. Wow. She ignored you hardcore, bro. She doesn't do collab streams. Cinder, don't stalk people. 2 days after messaging Silver, when you didn't get a response when you wanted it from a complete fucking stranger. Jesus Christ. You're pressuring Aru. Again, pressuring Aru. Pyropop. Again. Again. She's gonna try and say that she didn't lift any of this from spite, but I highly fucking doubt it, dude. I highly doubt it. You'd have to slap me thrice and paint me purple for me to believe any of that. I raided Silver tonight and she wouldn't say my name again. Oh, you're such a victim. She doesn't want to be friends with you, dude. You creep her out. You creep her out. You're constantly asking your mutual friends to introduce you to her, even though she's already established. She doesn't want to be your fucking friend. I'm at the Silvervale section, so we're getting close. We're getting close. This is incredibly long, though. I'm just trying to go quickly through this at this point because I'm tired of harping on the same points with these two. You are paranoid and delusional. These people were not as close to you as you think they were. You were clearly more occupied with getting ahead than you were with being friends. Your intentions mean nothing. Have you been reading for 15 hours? Yes. Yes, I have. Welcome to UA's 24-hour content stream. Next up, we'll be reviewing YouTube poops while the light leaves my eyes and I hallucinate the Hat Man. Okay, we're gonna keep going. YouTube poops will be more intellectual than this shit. Oh, sorry, I'm fiddling with my necklace. And it's not even on my neck. One of my friends, Silvervale, leaving VShojo. Open up about your experience with her. Things are relevant to what we were being talked about. Bro, Silver was oversharing. Crazy shit, though. Not oversharing. She was talking to her fucking friends, dude. All because I drew fan art of her. It's not the fan art. It was a ship tag. You shipped yourself with her. She wants to frame it as just being fan art. She put a fucking ship tag in there, dude. That's creepy. And you've been constantly badgering mutual friends to talk to her. You're a fucking stalker, dude. Oh my god. 2023, here she is bitching about how she didn't get to be the super special waifu cherry blossom wolf girl. She's Teflon. She's the most durable being known to man and VTuber alike. Exactly. They make nuclear reactors out of my bones because they're so dense. You know what else is dense? This load of fucking bullshit. More copy pasta from the Nanolist section. Again. You couldn't just have fucking references back to this particular things that you're talking about. Again. Copy pasta. Hold on, let's see. Finally. We get to something actually substantial. This is about the figure. We already talked about this. Reached out to 6 applicants. 5 responded, said they're still interested. Waiting to hear from 1. All 6 are still interested. Am I going to be onboarding them as mods? Like, do they need training? They all have experience as a mod for other VTuber servers. Discord and Twitch mod for Silvervale. So you poached somebody? I asked Nano to record some voice lines for my lore video. Yes, but I don't know what it is. A couple of them in reference to comments you got about Silver. You're so fucking weird, dude. You're so weird. This is 2 years after your debut. 2 fucking years. You're still obsessed with this woman. Nobody fucking cares about your similarities at this point. You are the only one talking about this. Again. This is all an imagined grudge. She didn't do anything to you, dude. You made her deeply uncomfortable. Here's another situation of her making her deeply uncomfortable. Silver and I had back-to-back meet and greets at the Mythic Talent booth at TwitchCon. When mine ended, I saw her line wasn't busy, so I hopped into it to say hi to her. You didn't hop in, you cut the fucking line. The last time I tried talking to her was on my Twitter messages about Minecraft almost a year earlier, and you thought now is the time to take a photo that she didn't know about? Stop by to say hi after my meet, Wolf Girls. This is a shitty costume, by the way. Fire your costume creator. Mid-thighs. Mid-thighs. Normal woman thigh. I need thickness. Where's the thickness? She's top heavy. If I tip her over, she'll fall down. Right after I tweeted, Red messaged our Mythic Talents contact about asking Silver to do something together. Yeah, I remember seeing this. It was really uncomfortable for you pressuring her like this. Yeah, Blank told me that your manager had messaged her about why my mom unretweeted it. 2021! Always down if I want to message or anything, though. She was just being polite. That's not her being two-faced. She didn't fucking know you. You're not a friend. She's allowed to politely tell you no. She didn't want to be your friend. You're not a fucking victim, Cinder. This whole section is just her framing this woman to be a two-faced bitch. But she's not. Cinder is the one who was a two-faced bitch. Oh wow, look, here she is talking to you in very... Look, when you're doing all the talking, she's not fucking interested, bud. She doesn't want to be your fucking friend. You kept pressuring this poor woman. I messaged Silver after I received her game reception merch. Oh my god, nobody... This is irrelevant. Again, we're getting a copy pasta from the Nano section. You absolutely hated this woman. And you blabbing your fucking mouth all the time to everyone who would listen, specifically Nanolist, resulted in Silver losing out on work. So you are absolutely at fault for that, Cinder. You and your weirdo boyfriend, you're both freaks, by the way, for all of this. This whole section's you just being freaks. This is you just banging on somebody's front door. Let me in! Let me in! Please, I want to be friends so fucking bad! I want to be friends! Please, be my friend! Mod applications, I really don't care. I really don't care. None of this is relevant. Your mod doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Silver didn't fuck with you, and that's not. This is just you gossiping with someone. It's just you being a horrible gossip. She is such a horrible... You know what? I know why her and Red go so well together. Because they both hold grudges like a fucking bear trap. This is so pathetic. Bikini debut. Okay. How are you going to pretend that this is her fault? But her drop was released on the 13th, so... So, who cares? Who cares? You work for the same company. Again, this is her artwork. This is her artwork of her 2 different outfits. This is not even remotely similar. This is not even remotely similar. She's such a freak for this. She's such a freak for this. Oh, wow. Having 2 different concepts is totally original to me. Silver must be copying me. You're a fucking freak, Cinder. You're a stalker and a weirdo. Why are you doing this? All she had to do was let everything die down and quietly come back. But she didn't, and now she's just adding to the fire that was already put out. And she's fucking lying her ass off the whole time. She could have apologized in private to all of these people. And she chose not to. I didn't have any way to contact them. You know their fucking business emails, don't you? If you are genuinely sorry, you apologize to these people any way you fucking can. But no, you come back and say it was a coordinated effort to assassinate my character with no substantiation, no evidence of any of this, all wild speculation. This is another copy pasta from the Nanolist section. Again, this is fucking irrelevant. Oh. Was one of Silver's Twitch mods. This isn't fucking relevant. Why does this matter? Oh wow, a company plans drops around the same time. God fucking forbid. Her ego is insane. Oh my god. Silver hates Cinder. We already saw all this, and we know it's not fucking true. This is such an asshole thing to do. Again, this is you talking shit about somebody to someone else. Okay. So remember, they claimed that they weren't lying and manipulating people behind the scenes. That's what this is, Red. Blabbing your fucking mouth about your girlfriend's psychotic obsession with someone who she thinks stole her identity because she happened to debut first, even though they didn't fucking know each other. Encouraging that behavior is unhealthy. It just makes it makes her look so much worse. So much worse. 2 manipulators trying to get their way. I hope their kneecaps get broke. Shoei, I'm not going to disagree with you there. I just hope they stub all 10 of their toes every day for the rest of their lives. All 10 of their toes. And I hope your nails peel up because of it too. Okay. Yeah, your boyfriend talked mad shit about her because you didn't get your fucking way. Breaking down Silver's document. Silver wouldn't have any knowledge. Find it okay. Well, she's talking about her opinion, isn't she? Your closer personal friends also corroborated this. Nana was not manipulated or abused. Yes, she was. You drove her to hiring a new manager because you wouldn't leave her the fuck alone. Cinder and I, again, I drew fan art of us. You created a ship tag. You drew ship art of you. Ship art. You took this picture without her knowledge. She was polite in telling you no, but she's the bad guy that you kept barking after her for 4 fucking years. Silver's the bad guy for setting a boundary. Again, you are pathetic. Silver didn't message me to tell. She did, actually. This is her telling you off. I have told you in private multiple times to very nicely please leave me alone in every aspect of my life. She told me that at the very fucking beginning. At the very beginning, when you first messaged her, before you revealed yourself to be a fucking creep, Cinder, you made her incredibly uncomfortable. You followed her around. You tried to use her friends to get into her inner circle. Stretch and water. Aye, aye, keeps me. I feel like I'm being babysat by you guys. I'm so sorry. Baby girl! Yeah. Tell it to the people. What's your thoughts on this nonsense? Oh my. I've never heard her say it like that before. Come here. I want you to tell the people what you think. Kitty insight is prized insight in this world. Treasured. Highly valuable. This is a multi-$1,000 consultation. Oh, I see. What else do you think about this? You've heard everything I've said so far. What are your thoughts? Thoughts and feelings? Yeah? Come here. Can I hold you? Yeah, a little bit of loving. Okay, tell him your opinions, girly. Thank you for following, Demon Stella. Hello. Best rage bait dog. This really is rage bait, dude. Can you kiss? Can you kiss your forehead? Tina likes to be kissed on her little forehead. Apologies, I'm becoming a PNG tuber so I can cuddle her. Tell the people. Tell the people how you feel about this stalking, psychotic, projecting person. Tell him. She's sniffing the thing. You formulating your thesis. You formulating your thesis. She's gonna get her doctorate, guys. Just watch. She's so smart. You're such a sweet little girl. You sweet kitty. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know it kept you up a lot, huh? Don't worry, I'm almost done reading through the crazy. Ooh, she wants help. To be held for a little bit. So I'm gonna stand. For a moment. We're just gonna talk and decompress. We're gonna pause going over this document because this is fucking absurd. This is nothing she's shown so far makes her look good. It just makes her look paranoid. Everything is just copied and pasted everything, and she's trying to play the victim all over again. Yeah. 15 hours into this, I can firmly say that is the case. She, has an entire section where she just speculates wildly with no evidence. Because she can't fathom that she actually did anything wrong. You want me to shut up while I hold you, Thina? Sorry, but I can't do that. I'm busy. I'm entertaining the people. I'm giving the people what they want. That's more of me. And she's like, well, I want more of you too. Oh, I know, I love you so much. I'm gonna cuddle. I'm gonna take a long nap after this. A real long nap. It's not nap. We're gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go to bed. I've been awake for over 24 hours at this point, and I feel like I've been embalmed. I don't know if you guys have ever been familiar with that feeling of being embalmed, but I feel like I've been embalmed. That's a weird thing to say, I know, but I am a Jiangshi, so I guess it's apt. Or I'm not apt, but appropriate, sorry. I feel like I've been embalmed. I'm still holding her. She needs her time. She'll tell me when she's ready to get down. Yeah, you ready? I love you. You ready to get down? You ready to get down? You ready to be busy girl again? You had her snuggle time. Hey, thank you for the snuggle. You're so sweet. You're such a good kitty. Now she's in her office chair, scratching the fuck out of it. She has her own little chair. She sits next to me. At a distance, though, so she can't jump on me while I'm working. Hi, baby. Want some more pets? Anything for you, Tina. Anything for you. Lemon and Star. Yeah, you little stinker? Frankie. She does not want to kiss. She's not about the kisses. All I have to say is some people are blind. By the see what is false and everyone is right to what they believe. I don't know if this is something you should let people have a right to believe, though. Her believing that Silver was actively working against her because she didn't want to be besties for the resties. That's not Silver's problem that you were projecting onto her. Despite this, I didn't expect Silvervale to care about what really happened to her model, since Nano's currently making her brand new one. 9/17/25. This is in 2023. So it was yours and Red's fault. Remember, January of 2023 to, I would say, May of 2023, both Cinder and Red spent so much time talking shit about Silver, one of Nano's friends, by the way, talking shit about her, that she asked them to stop fucking talking about it. She canceled Silver's model because you hated her, and you don't know how to own up to that fact, because it was totally your fault. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. Yeah, because she's a shady fucking bitch. There is only one other message between us, Silver showed in her document, and she framed this DM for me as if I was secretly taunting her. Because you kind of were. That's what you're doing now. Okay? You did do that, though. You did do it. For no understandable reason. I didn't do anything to warrant Silver's hate of me other than just as Silver has never said that she hates you. Again, you're fucking projecting. You hate this woman. And you want so bad for her to feel anything for you except mild disdain at best. You want to mean something to this woman, even if it means she hates you. She doesn't know who the fuck you are, dude. She doesn't care who you are. You've been nothing but an asshole to her consistently. Yeah, you did. You fabricated so much shit, though. You drew so many conclusions and speculations based on Silver not giving you what you wanted. Is exaggerated or a lie? I didn't want to talk about this. Egregiously lie about me. Yeah, you were doing this, though. You were actively trying to keep her model artist away from her. Posted her own doc, whatever. You're not refuting anything. She thinks that she's being smart by going line by line like this. No, you just make yourself look fucking psychotic. Refuting people's stories about how you harassed them is so you know what an implication is. You know about implications. You know how to imply that you've had a problem with someone. But you somehow aren't capable of doing that. Right? You never had a problem with Silvervale, right? Everything you've just shown me suggests otherwise. More than she showed. No, she didn't talk to you, really, because everything you showed me, evidenced by what her mods said about me. That's their own personal opinions, dude. That's not her fucking opinion of you. I didn't want to push a ship tag. Again, it is a ship tag. My mom, she didn't retweet that one. Silver is lying. Her mom did retweet that artwork. Unretweeting it is not the same as retweeting it. Okay, she didn't retweet it. She unretweeted it. There is a fucking difference. So why did you redact Yochi's name here when you were just gonna leave it in word for fucking word? You know what's... You're asking about this post to Yochi. This would be an extremely weird thing to do if that's what happened. And then she shows us the screenshot of that happening. Yeah. And yeah. You actually did do this, though. You did do this. You did do this. You did do this. Yes, you did. You expected her. This is you expecting her to do something. You were shameless, strange, and weird, Cinder. I'm sorry. But you're doing all the things that she's saying you're doing. Just because you don't view it that way doesn't mean that the person on the receiving end of that behavior doesn't experience it that way. She was being nice to you. She was being nice to you because you kept following her around. Going to all of your mutual friends to try and learn information about her. That's fucking creepy, dude. And again, she's bringing up this one message from 2023, October of 2023. She said she didn't want to be your fucking friend, dude. She didn't want to be your friend. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to, as nicely as I could. As nicely as she could. And this is her being nice to you. Her nicely refusing your friendship. You are not, again, she includes this section of the document because she feels like Silver owes her friendship, owes her acknowledgement. You are nothing to this woman. Except for a freak stalker who won't leave her the fuck alone. Talking to yourself in her DMs for multiple months on end. Persistent about a collab? Yes. You asked about a fucking collab multiple times. You kept fucking asking for this, Cinder. You can't spit on my cupcake and tell me it's frosting. You are the freak here. You are the freak here. Oh, well, she hit everything. No, you're not even offering anything. Again, she's trying to paint Silvervale as being the freak stalker here when she's the one who is going to all of Silver's friends. She's the one who is going to the conventions. She's the one who was begging to be introduced to her by all of their mutual friends. I didn't want her around me. Like, it sucks, but I respect that. Again, she's saying very explicitly she didn't hate you. This is all you projecting, dude. She didn't fuck with you. You're not a fucking victim because someone didn't want to be your friend. You're such a bitch, Cinder. This is such an asshole move. You harassed this woman for 4 fucking years, constantly begging her, begging like a lapdog. Begging like a fucking lapdog. This is all bullshit. She's so fixated on this shit. So fixated. So fucking fixated. So fixated. Again, this is just her. You could have made a video just saying, "Nuh-uh." Silver, no, she isn't. No, she's not lying to you. And every morning on my way to my car, you say hello and try to draw attention towards yourself from the crowd of people. This is creep behavior. This is creep behavior. I have never walked to your driveway or attempted to talk to you. This is so fucking creepy of her. She's such a creep. Waiting for the ukulele apology YT video. This is a course of 4 years. Barely did anything. You got her model canceled. You followed her around to events. You insisted on becoming friends with all of her friends to try and get to her. Again, she's jumping to a lot of fucking conclusions. I believe Silver was even lying about this. You're such a creep, dude. You're such a creep. Yeah, you were posting art with people you didn't know. You were trying to post art with people you didn't fucking know. She's such a fucking bitch about this. Oh, here's all the little pedantic ways she must be wrong, even though this person has actively tried to keep you out of her life because you keep trying to shove your way in. You're not friends, Cinder. She didn't want to be your fucking friend, and you harassed her for 4 years. 4 years. I'm always down if you want a message or anything, though. That's not her saying she wants to be your friend, dude. You were jealous of Silvervale. You did obsess over Silvervale. Everything you just showed us shows I did not copy. I don't know about this one. Frankly, I don't give a fuck. You are envious and jealous and obsessive. You've yet to show us a single shred of evidence of someone harassing you for looking like Silver. A single shred of evidence, but you went through and dug up all this shit. All this irrelevant bullshit. This is such an I have a huge grudge. Okay, more speculation. I'm not giving you the time of day on this, you creep. Aru, okay. I hadn't planned on tweeting about this. I remember she was using Aru to get to Silvervale. And she kept fucking doing this. She did this multiple times. And lie, claiming, yes, you did. Yes, you used her to get to Silvervale. Oh my god. This bitch really wants you to not believe what she's doing. She really wants you to not believe any of her own words as she's writing them out. Not only that, she doesn't want you to believe the people who are saying how she affected them. You harassed that woman for years, asking constantly about her friends, her projects, her everything. You wanted to live in her fucking skin. You were obsessed with this woman. Oh, this is completely irrelevant. This is going to be harassment of a reason other than being similar to me. You don't give a fuck about spite. You don't give a fuck about spite. You don't give a fuck about spite. You just don't. You just don't. Joined May of 2021. So June of 2021, May of 2021. So her account was created before you, let's see, February. Okay, maybe not. You launched this specific art, very different from what you would become later on. Again, Again. Like, she's going through to lambast this person for drawing very reasonable conclusions about her bastard behavior. Again, I don't care about any of this. We've gone through all of this. People don't own design elements. People do not own design elements, but you absolutely are being an asshole here. You're being an asshole. This is all you being a fucking asshole. Bro, you were stalking Spite as early as 2022. So you had been keeping an eye on her. I don't fucking believe you, dude. I don't believe you. Ugh, your generic-ass pink-haired gamer girl that I'm supposed to believe is somehow an exception. Blue merch artwork. Wow. For someone who claimed that she didn't want to step on people's toes, she really was stepping on Spite's toes a lot. A lot. Again, you're fucking speculating. Spite is not copying you. Spite never fucking copied you. These designs are not even remotely similar. Oh wow, you both happen to have the motif of fire. You totally own fire, Cinder. Totally. These outfits are not that similar. You don't own the idea of a whale tail. You don't own it. Earframes on Spite in this image doesn't mean she wasn't using them. Doesn't mean she wasn't using them, you dick. You already admit here that she was using flames. So like, why does this fucking matter, bro? This is in 2022. It has fire on the ears. Because guess what? That's not an original concept. This is just her being remember, she's point fighting. Okay, Zep, your pink gamer girl's an exception. She's not generic. She's a lady. When she hadn't before. Oh, you must be copying you. You don't own an emoji, you paranoid freak. Oh my god. Thank you. Don't want your catching strays out here. She's a baddie. Yeah, this doesn't look like you either. So, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say here. You've always used alternate colorations. She's using different colors than you. You don't own the concept of fire. You just don't. You just don't own these concepts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You don't own these concepts. This is not any evidence. Oh, my design elements and Yantel's claims. Yeah. So, Niantel's clearly was compared to you for different reasons. So again, we have an example of you not owning the concept of fire on ears. Here she is, fire on her ears. I was upset with how similar this was to my design. You don't own the concept of fire, Cinder. I'm gonna grab you by the fucking fupa when I say this. You don't own the concept of a hellhound, of hounds, of fire, of dogs, of hell, of gothness. You don't own any of those concepts. I'm grabbing you by the fucking fupa, girl. By the pubes. Stop being a paranoid freak. All it's led to is you being disgusting to people around you. This doesn't look anything like you, girl. You're such a bitch, dude. Such a fucking bitch. Yes, this should have been private. Oh my god. You got your shit whipped into a fucking frenzy because of some fire on ears and a tail. When the coloration is completely different, her whole vibe is different. Guess what, bitch? You're not the originator of all things. Oh my god. She's such a terrible fucking person, dude. All of this is irrelevant. You harassed this girl over her having a similar design to you. So one of your friends sent your cringe? Wow. You sent one of your friends after her. You sent one of your let's type this in. We can look this up ourselves. I don't know why she's bothering to redact these things when these are public fucking posts. She's such a paranoid weirdo. Her and her boyfriend are so paranoid about everything, dude. Oh my fucking god. We're typing this in ourselves because I need to see who she's protecting from being a dickwad here. Because, bitch, these are all still public information. Yeah, Kim, Puppet Works. Gene Silva, you're so cringe. Nice. 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 I'm gonna bookmark these real quick. Just for research purposes. So you had your friends harass her? Guys, by the way. These are guys, by the way. I'm gonna save those screenshots just in case they become relevant later. No reason. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. Cinder is the Nintendo of the VTuber world. Hey, Ergo. Can't wait to see her trying to patent dog ears and fire. Exactly. You don't own these concepts, girl. You never did. So instead of being bitchy and pretending, that you didn't do these things, why don't you just admit that you were being a paranoid freak? Instead of saying, no, everybody else was in the wrong. I am the only good person ever. Again, no bigwigs have actually replied to this fuck-ass message. Because they're all doing shit right now. She dropped this at a time when she knew everybody would be too busy to actually say anything to her. Oh, God. She's such a bitch. She's such a bitch. My entire following. Yantels and Tashi. Again. Again, it doesn't fucking matter. And had no reason to be brought back up. Funny, because you keep bringing up shit that you didn't need to talk about. Your IP isn't special. Your IP isn't unique, girl. Your IP is not unique. God. Message to the Pyro Puffs, not fucking reading this. Looking ahead. Finally, we're at the end of this fucking pity me shit fest. God, she's just been slinging mud at people this whole time. You're not a good person, Cinder. You're not a good person. In fact, you're very explicitly a very bad person. Earlier this year, my world fell apart. I lost all my friends, fans, and opportunities. Yeah, and you stayed with the motherfucker who was the biggest part of it. I'm not Cinder anymore. When I'm not Cinder anymore, okay. Again, I just another Google Docie. I want to stream again. I want to create again. You weren't creating, though. You were stealing from other people and then putting on a very piss poor performance. You didn't like being Cinder. You didn't like being Cinder. You were resentful of Silver this whole fucking time. Okay, now that we've gone through this whole thing, that's the end of it, by the way. Her saying she wants to get back to business as usual. And she's me. Here's how I'm innocent and I'm exonerated. And I didn't do anything wrong. And it was all perpetrated against me. We did it. We did it. We did it, chat. We did it. We read the fucking 1,000-page Google Docie. We did it. Huge! Huge! We did it! Massive W for all of my little bites out there. Thank you for Red Assault. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Google Docie defeated. I'm gonna reply to this. Objection! 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 I read all of this document, and here's what happens. Cinder deflects the blame onto everyone else. She says she doesn't do shitty things. Well, she says onto everyone else. Shows us evidence only when she thinks she can shows us evidence that directly contradicts her words, contradicts herself the whole time, has multiple paranoia that are clinically concerning, speculates wild. -1,000 out of 10. F-, banned from Google. F-, and I would go lower if I could. It's weird how paranoid she is. Oh, Kid and Echo, thank you for the follow on Twitter. I see you there. I see you there. Aspiring VTuber, I wish you the best of luck. Yes. I read all of this document, and here's what happens. Cinder deflects the blame onto everyone else, shows us evidence that directly contradicts her words, contradicts herself the whole time, has multiple moments of paranoia that are deeply concerning. Negative 1,000 out of 10. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me while I endured this trial. I know a lot of you came and went over the course of these last 16 hours and 25 minutes. And I just want to say thanks for trucking with me. Standing straight. I hope you didn't get harassed by the simp. I'll just block them. That's what the fucking block button is for. If someone's an asshole to you, just block them. Jesus. It's not that difficult. Anyway. Thank you all so much for braving this with me. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, and I have no clinical diagnostic qualifications at all. So I can't even begin to tell you what the fuck is going on with her. But I can tell you that she used a lot of very classic manipulation tactics. I had to take a class on manipulation. It was called persuasion, actually. Persuasion is ethical manipulation. My brother's just got back from his class, I think. He has one afternoon class. Or maybe he went flying or something. Anyway, what else is there to say except thanks for fucking sticking around. This was some shit. I haven't had my headphones on for the last 5 hours, so I have no idea what song is playing or even how loud it is. Anyway, I just want to say thank you to everybody who stopped by, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, a returner or a first timer. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you taking the time. I really appreciate you sticking through with me. If you were here at the beginning and then you came back, thank you especially for choosing to give my lunacy a second chance. I hope to entertain you again very soon. For now, I want you to have a good morning, a good evening, and a good night, and everything in between. Make sure you take care of yourself hygienically, brush your teeth, wash your face, comb, brush, pick your hair, whatever you need to do. Make sure you don't stink today. You know, get a little rinse on with some water. Even if all you do today is hop in the shower to stand under the water for a minute and rinse. Even if all you do today is put some soap in your hair and then wash it out. Let that be the one thing you do for yourself today. And don't forget to take your meds. Don't be like me and end up having fishbowl head halfway through stream because you didn't take your meds on time. It's fine. I'll take them again tomorrow night and I'll be okay. I took them this morning. I should be okay. Anyway, my neck and my trap muscles are fucking killing me. I'm gonna go lie on the floor for a while. I think. Maybe. I might just crawl into bed and cry. Not cry. Well, maybe a little bit of weeping. A little bit of weeping from the muscle pain. I also have not eaten in a significant period of time, but I'm about to go to bed, so I'm just not gonna bother with it. I gotta say, this was quite the journey. You know, I've never done a stream this long. I've done an 8-hour stream before, but 16 hours? 16 hours? That's crazy work. That's crazy. That's insanity. Now, I honestly don't even know if I should hit end stream. I feel like it's a part of me at this point. Like I should just leave it on and let you listen to the ambient noise of my home, which is my cat running around. Absolute cinema. I listen. Part of me wants to empathize with Cinder on like a shitty boyfriend level. But the thing is, they spent a significant amount of time in that Google Doc framing Nano and all those other people as acting of their own volition and having the ability to say no. UA snoring ASMR. I don't really snore that much. Oh, the other lemming. Thank you for the applause. That's so sweet. Have we considered what if she was right and we're the wrong ones? I mean, she definitely wants us to consider that, but I'm sorry. You and your creepy boyfriend are the common denominator in all of the bad situations that happened. Just because you're the common denominator doesn't mean it was an orchestrated event against you. That is incredibly paranoid and deeply psychologically disturbed. Not like throw her in jail disturbed. I'm just saying she needs to see a therapist instead of coming onto the internet and begging for her career back. Get a desk job, girl. Get a desk job. You could do anything else at this point. Hell, she could even restart as a flesh tuber, but she won't do that because she's deeply insecure. Deeply insecure. I don't understand how she can expect to come back to stream still using Nano's work. That seems really disrespectful to me. And also, if anybody works with her, you're a fucking tool. You're a fool for believing anything that she says. Or anything that he says. And I guarantee you, if she actually does get back to content creation, she's going to get lazy with it fast, and he's going to end up taking over everything again. And we'll end up right back where we were before, with them both being paranoid weirdos and seeing shadows where there aren't shadows. I don't know. People like that shouldn't be on the internet. I'm sorry. If you're not mentally stable enough to just go to your friends and talk to them when something is wrong without begging for something in return, or without seeming like a sycophant or a weak-willed coward who's not willing to actually address the problem, all of which are things that happen in this Google Doc, then maybe you just shouldn't be in content creation, dude. Maybe you shouldn't be on the internet. Maybe the only friends you need to have are ones that you see every day in person, face to face. Maybe you shouldn't be locked away in a basement with your boyfriend all the time, streaming. No, I think they moved now. I don't know if they live together now. I hope they don't. Run, girl. Run, run, run. I don't know why they think they're good for each other. They're clearly not good for each other. They bounce off each other's paranoia and each other's petty desires for vengeance. And then everybody else gets hurt because they don't know how to manage their emotions or communicate effectively. So this is Bonnie and Clyde effectively ripping a fucking new one into the entirety of their community, and then acting gooped and gagged when they're arrested for crimes. Tried for crimes, at the very least. Does she even have any IRL friends? I wouldn't count on it. With an attitude like hers, I would not count on it. Any friends that she had were, she probably only has friends in the VTubing space. I have friends that are so offline that they have bones in their homes. I have friends that are so offline, if I said the word VTuber, they wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've shown them my VTuber model before. They don't understand. They don't know what the fuck they're looking at. Most of them are almost 30. And I'm the widow baby at 25. I'm not a baby. I'm a grown woman. Anyway. Thank you all so much for coming with me on this epic journey. If anybody doesn't feel like reading me a 1,000-page doc, you can always send them the VOD, I guess. I don't want to read 865 pages. I'll watch 15 hours instead. 16! I feel like our argument would have been better if she didn't go back to him. Said that at the beginning. I agree wholeheartedly, Ergo. I would be more inclined to welcome her back. That's not for me to do, by the way. You know, at the end of the day, I don't know Cinder. I don't give a fuck about her weird paranoid boyfriend. You can watch a VOD at 3 times speed, which basically means it's instant. Please don't. I talk fast sometimes. I mean, you can if that's what you want. As long as you can understand me, whatever. But yeah, I said towards the beginning, it's like Beyonce's album Lemonade. You made this whole fucking hoopla about how your man betrayed you and you still kept him around? You're saying he's the problem and you're keeping him around? So all of this means fucking nothing then. There is no accountability. There is no remorse. I don't know why she even thinks she's allowed to speculate about people's motives. You're not allowed to speculate about people's motives when you're trying to prove that people are lying. Because again, you need hard facts and evidence, not wild speculation without any substantiation, which is what she expects. There's a whole section that we skipped, the breakdown, where she spends the entire fucking length of that wildly speculating about how each of the people that she wronged must have orchestrated an attack against her and fabricated things that she did wrong. Hey, no, that was people sharing how you made them feel. And then sharing the points where you made them feel that way. That's not an orchestrated attack. That's a therapy group. That's group therapy. This drama makes every other VTuber drama look better. I don't know. I still think the VShojo one is pretty fucking bad, as well as the Aster Arcadia shit and the Luca Kaneshiro shit. I don't know. I think this is just a case of two really mentally unwell people being driven by each other to act in really abhorrent ways. They're terrible for each other, but they like it. Well, let's not pit two bad bitches against each other. Who are we talking about? The context of bad bitches. I'm talking about Aster Arcadia and Luca Kaneshiro. Oh, Aster started streaming with his face again. He's mid as fuck. Your fave is probably mid. I'm mid. I'm just a redheaded woman with pale skin, freckles, and brown eyes. Not redhead, really. It's like an auburn. A lot of people tell me it's red. I don't think it's red. It's brown. Brown hair, brown eyes, pale skin. I'm just a white girl, okay? As bad as VShojo was, at least it's not your friend backstabbing you. I think it kind of was, though. That was definitely a similar situation, except with like corporate embezzlement. Man, you're making me want to dye my hair. I'd kill some red. I get this gloss from the brand Kristen S. I get their redheaded gloss. And I use that to dye my hair sometimes. I haven't in a really long while. But if I dye my hair, that's what I use. I used to dye it like hot pink and cyan blue. At one point, I had like just the crown of my head was black and then everything under it was bleach white. I did that shit at home and fried the fuck out of my hair. Don't do what I did. Go to a salon professional for your fashion colors. They'll last longer and they'll look better. Don't dye your shit in the fucking college shower at 2 o'clock in the morning because you're feeling a little goofy. Here's the thing. I was medicated when I was doing that. My problems are not of the impulsivity variety. How long did you have that hair? I had hot pink hair for at least a year. And then again for a month or so. And between then, I don't know if you know who Ash Nico is, but she had the signature blue. And I tracked down what color she was using. Oh, Zep, you do know who Ash Nico is. But you remember her signature blue. I tracked down where she said what dye she was using on Twitter, and I bought that dye, and I dyed my hair Ash Nico blue. And then I bleached it all out again, and I think I dyed it pink or something. Or maybe I did the black and the white, or the black and the bleach blonde. It was terrible. I used Arctic Fox dye. Don't use Arctic Fox. It washes out terribly. What else? I had like this electric peach color at one point, and it wasn't what I wanted. But people complimented me on it anyway. I went and dyed back over it. And then at one point, I dyed my hair back to my natural color and went and got it professionally done so that I could grow it back out. And then, like a month later, I was electric pink again. And then I shaved it all off. I shaved myself. I think it was a buzz, basically. Maybe, no, not a buzz. It's a little bit longer than a buzz. Just barely. It was like a half, like a couple centimeters of hair. I did that summer of 2022, and now my hair is longer than it's ever been. It hasn't been this, even close to this long since I was in high school. I remember my freshman year. Now we're just talking about my hair. I'm ranting. Anyway, that's a nice color. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Shave you meant bald. I mean, I think a lot of people would have drawn that conclusion. I mean, there was still peach fuzz. Still had fuzz. It was so strange feeling the air on my scalp. But I let my hair grow out completely natural. I just had it cut down to the new growth and then just let it go. And I've gotten it trimmed to keep the dead ends and stuff in check, because if you don't do that, it gets all knotted and tangled down there. But yeah. Every day I fight the impulse to dye it hot pink again. Every day I fight the urge to go to Sally Beauty Supply. Every day. I just have so much hair at this point that dyeing at home isn't feasible, so I just don't bother. I've had hair at least past my shoulders for like 12 years now. I don't think I'd recognize myself with it shorter. Let's both dye our hair pink. Fuck it. I'm not dyeing my hair at home, dude. Zep, I can't. I have too much hair now. It's too long. The color would come out patchy and gross. I think my parents would strangle me. They're like, you're 25. Why are you dyeing your hair? Because I fucking want to. They were so upset when my dad was upset when I shaved my hair. My dad has always had a lot of weird value in my hair that my mom has not expressed. Sure did love to hear that I looked better with hair once I grew it all back, though. Sure did love to hear about how my dome is unsettlingly square. I'm sorry. I'm my father's daughter. I can't help that I have cheek and jawbone. It's not my fucking fault, okay? Beat up my dad for it. I could have looked like my mom, and I didn't. Oh, what a disgrace. Anyway. Thank you all for spending time with me. My vision is blurring, but it's like because it's all sticky and weird. Like, you ever get that feeling where like your eyes get a coating on them because they've been open? I've been blinking consistently, by the way, because I got a bacterial eye infection in, I think, the spring of 2022, because I got really into a game, and then I wound up not blinking for a concerning period of time, and I got dust in my eye. Oh man. My grandpa was never a fan of me having colored hair, but one day he asked, "So is this what gets you pussy nowadays?" And I was like, "Kinda, yeah." And he started to at least respect it. It's true. It's true. Man. Yeah, if you have the right riz, it does. Anyway, I need to go to bed. My insides feel weird. I need to go lie down now. I took it out of me. If I dream about these motherfuckers, I'm filing a lawsuit for emotional damages. I'm kidding. I don't have money for a lawyer. Anyway, what song are we playing right now? Oh, what a fucking song to be playing. I'll leave you with some fucking Rico Nasty's Can't Win 'Em All. That's a good song. I really like this one. It's from her newest album. It's really good. I highly recommend. If you like the fusion of rap and rock or rap and metal, I think you're gonna like Rico Nasty to some degree. She has like a song called Say We Did that's very Midwest emo style. She's very experimental with her music. I recommend it a lot. I also recommend Ashniko's new album that's coming out slowly, Smoochies. Every track she's released on that so far has been a fucking banger. I also recommend you check out Waledto by Eliana and you listen to her. She's a contemporary Arabic artist out of Nazareth. Beautiful, beautiful voice. She opened for Coldplay for a good part of their tour recently. Absolutely stunning. Anyway, thank you all for sticking with me for this long. I'm gonna go pass out now. Hugs and kisses. Something like Jasmine Bean. A little less dollhouse than Jasmine Bean. A little less dollhouse. Bon voyage. Arrivederci. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu.